Wooly, you ever trying to cross the street and there's a car coming down the road, but the car is like coming fast, and so you know that in like 4 seconds it's gonna fly by you, and you're gonna be able to cross the street, and you're gonna be able to get on with your day.
For sure.
Do you ever have it where the car starts like slowing down and there's no traffic light and there's no other cars in the road, and they start kind of slowing down, and eventually you start to notice that they're slowing to a stop to let you cross the street?
Yes.
But the problem is that like they're going,
Yes.
and if they just kept going, they'd be past you, and that you wouldn't have to worry about it. But because they stop, you now have to look at them and be like, wait, are they slowing down because they want me to cross the street? Okay, hang on. Now I can see that they are stopping, but I want to wait for them to come to a complete stop. Okay, now I can cross the street, and it's 12 fucking seconds later. And if you kept going, we would both be on our way. And that's not what happened. And that's not the part that makes me angry, Wooly. Okay,
Because
I am a little angry.
I'm a Canadian. We have these all the time. It's a politeness impasse is what you're describing, and it's a part of everyday regular life in Canada.
Okay, so I mainly experience it through just this. The rest of being Irish is just shame and generational trauma.
Got it.
And so that's not the part that makes me like angry. You know what makes me really fucking angry? When you're kind of walking by them and you look in your window and you look in the window and you get one of these.
a pain. Yep. Thank you.
If you were, you didn't do me a favor. You don't get to feel good. It just every time I just want to dive in through that fucking wind. Well, I'm a little hot. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
We're coming in hot.
We're coming in hot, and I don't want to. I don't want to.
I can see that.
Yeah.
No, there is a similar moment that occurs sometimes if somebody is holding the door open for you as you're behind them, and there's a distance at which it's like you're a couple steps behind. Sure thing. You're, let's say more than a few feet. Okay, that's a little awkward, but now I have to hustle to make you not feel weird about it.
You have to do the hop. You have to do the hop.
Do the hop. And then again, like with the Canadian like politeness barometer, that can sometimes extend. And if you start holding that door open from too far away, why are you doing this? Now all the pressure is on the person way back here to just hustle their way through the door because you have decided to extend your kindness from too far away.
I remember there was this old webcomic, and I think it was called something like Subtle Ways to Inflict Chaos. And one of them was, and it was a really simply drawn, like barely more than stick figures.
That's what I'm thinking of, yes.
One of them was hold a door from too far away. And it's just this stick figure, like off in the distance, holding this door with this giant evil grin on his face.
Like I'm thinking of that, and just again, just that look, and that as you're being polite, the person from far away, the pressure is on them to just like hustle through the door and be like, oh, thank you for being polite. God damn it, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Indeed.
I kind of like, if it's done to inflict pain, I kind of respect it. Like, obviously, like everyone gets like names wrong in Starbucks. Everyone has like an insane story about what a barista called them once. I remember one time I got a coffee from a barista, and he looked me in my eye dead, and he just goes, "Here's your coffee, Judge." And I am so sure that he needed to feel something. He needed to feel the thrill, and I applaud that man. I after I recovered, I was like, that was pretty good.
On the list of names on planet Earth, yours is number one, right?
Yep.
So that's a crazy thing to do to a person.
And just like it was the full on like, here you go, like the not breaking of eye contact.
Yeah. That's why in a coffee shop, I'm Will. It's just that simple. We're not going to play this game. Just my name's Will. Call for Will. So Yeah. I think I think malicious politeness is
Malicious politeness.
is a weird thing to do to people.
Oh, I think we should start a club, Wooly. Malicious polite. Because, like, I mean, I think everyone in the Versus Wolves fandom has kind of been gearing up to some semi, like, light militia style activity. Like, that feels like where the kind of fandom's going. We have a fucking weird fandom, Wooly.
I mean, I would say that it is you have your group, I have my group, and when they clash together, there's some tension and some chaos. And in the sparks, there are people dancing and spinning and enjoying. They're enjoying the flames.
There are absolutely people just pirouetting through those flames.
Right?
What was the name of the berserk thing that we talked about earlier?
I don't remember.
Hang on, let me get the name of this. Someone basically just made just cut together clips of me and Wooly talking to Berserk, and it works so much better than it should, right?
I wish I could just become Guts reactions, and you could just become Griffith reactions. Just panels of us talking.
It's called Versus Wolves. We'll drop in a little bit here. It's so good, so good.
Is there a spelling to that to specify? Since you just sounds like you said Versus Wolves.
VERZUS Wolves episode 1.
Okay. Yeah, great stuff. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. But yeah, it's also, I noticed this morning that the Discord has a John Shame emoji, and it's literally just a photo of me covering my face. So, you know, I don't know what's going on in there.
I have no control over what's happening over there. You know,
I feel like we lost the reins on that Discord so early on. so early on. And at this point there's nothing we can do. Like it's let's be real, Wooly, it's a terrible situation.
Yeah, let's just see what happens, you know? Let's just see where this goes. But for now, allow me to hold this door open for you from way back over here. I'm Woolie Versus.
I'm Eyepatch Wolf. And we...
I'm holding the door! Awkwardly long.
I don't know why that triggered it. Like, I don't know why that did it. We're not on the same fucking continent, and it still worked. It still worked, Wooly. I felt my body go like this.
Sorry. Oh, I gotta. Like... I gotta hurry up. And we are.
Versus Wolves!
Oh man. So Wooly, listen, I wanted to start this podcast off with I guess look, I have something to say. I have something that I want to talk about. And I've been thinking like a lot about like how me and you have been on this podcast, and I've been thinking about my actions, and I was thinking about your actions, and like, you know, we
I
had
haven't
like
been thinking about it at all, really. Go on, please. I just JK. Rib.
I've been thinking about my actions, and I'm thinking about your actions, and you know, like, you know, things have gone a direction on this podcast, right? Like, we can both agree that
that's one way to put it, certainly. Yeah.
And, you know, like, we had the Vengeance trilogy last episode, and it was like a lot about like revenge and stuff like that. And I guess like I've been doing a lot of reflecting, and I have something to say. I forgive you. I forgive you, Wooly.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Actually, that's what you nailed it. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yep.
I was losing sleep, quite frankly. It was just.
I know. I. You don't have to tell me that.
It was tearing me up inside.
I think, Wooly, like the thing I want more for you than anything else is for you to become a better person.
Listen, John, friend, if I may.
Oh, please, brother, at this point. Come on.
Absolutely, right? I, as an honest man, will be the first to admit, listen, I will be the first to admit that the York New City combo breaker is scuffed. It is scuffed. But it is still valid because over 50% has been consumed. And so I'm someone who has, in many a time on this podcast, been, like I said, a little bit of perhaps a constitutionalist. I feel like a lot of the time you are objecting to the vibe and I'm objecting to the agreements we made up front.
I'm an emotional person.
That's
right?
That's it, right? And I think about like, hey, from the beginning, this is what we said we were going to go with. So I'm like, to the letter of the law and to what we agreed to, we like to go on that. And so the mess has come from the in-between, the gray zone, the area,
absolutely. We're different people.
That's it. And there's no Versus Wolves Supreme Court to appeal to. Nor are we trying to get.
Boy, the very idea is ridiculous.
That's not, but I understand that, like, it's scuffed. I get it. Right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that in me trying to consume, media, but also like, I'm feeling it out. I don't want to, and stuff. So I just kind of, there's a little oopsie in my expectation on things, but I would maintain that once again, every experience that I said I've had, and I'm I'm not saying I'm gonna die on that hill, but
yeah, well, okay, Wooly. So first of all, I have a couple of things I want to. Did you mind if I respond?
I do actually, but you know what? Let's knock yourself out because I apparently I'm forgiven. Is
well, okay. This is what I want to address, and like the little joke you made there, I just want to say that was great. I really enjoyed that. So thank you for again just like little moment of levity. I guess my one concern is that you don't understand the scope of my forgiveness. I'm not forgiving you for the York New City arc, Wooly. I'm forgiving you for everything.
I see.
Everything.
Okay. Are we feeling particularly Christ-like this Easter weekend, John?
Well, okay, let me tell you, it does not take Easter for me to feel Christ-like, but that's not what this is about.
That's not what this is about.
Wooly, I forgive you for it all.
Right.
In fact, I would like to welcome our audience to a new era of Versus Wolves. Welcome, everyone, to the forgiveness era.
The forgiveness era? He just said. Oh, you're canceling the vengeance arc for the forgiveness arc. Okay.
Oh, no, Wooly, I am drawing in a beautiful new age for this podcast. And like, there is going to be so much love. There's going to be so much forgiveness. There's going to be so much tolerance.
Vengeance. So vengeance is a very Old Testament, way to go about things, and you are describing a very New Testament.
If people wanted to look at this as the New Testament of Versus Wolves, then I think that's appropriate. I think that's it.
How kind of you to come down from your cross and forgive little old me. Sinner that I am.
Wooly, I recently had an experience that we'll get into in a little bit, and it made me realize that, like, you don't hate me. You're just afraid of me. And that's okay. That's okay. I understand that you look at me sometimes, and it must be like how a parrot felt when it first viewed a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You know, John, I do have to say that, like, I mean, one of my favorite qualities about you is I can never predict what's going to come next. And, you know, backed into a corner, find a new corner, open up a little door to... I can never predict where this is going. So, you know what? Yes, and. Okay? All right. Yeah.
I don't know why there needs to be anything following forgiveness. I mean, I think we can all agree that forgiveness is the greatest virtue of all. What's wrong, Woolie? You seem troubled, my friend.
Well, I just, as you've introduced me to the concept of notions and all, I feel like, forgiveness and is forgiveness and self-righteousness are very, these are related topics sometimes. And I'm not pretending that, it's been the cleanest out here, but you clearly have some sort of intended plan. And you know what? By all means, whatever you'd like to do, I'm game. I'm game. So,
my only intended plan, Woolie, is for us to both become the best versions of ourselves that we can possibly be.
John, if your recommendation is that I go back to church, I will have you know that I will combo break that.
Woolie, I want to give an update.
If you are trying to get me to read a book.
What about Catholic Church?
I have been combo breaker.
Woolie, I want to give a little update to one of my sections last time. It's the Xcom update.
What's been going on?
Oh boy. XCOM 2 is absolutely one of the best games I've ever played. It is also one of the buggiest, and I suffered a 20-hour save file erasure.
Hardcore mode?
Iron Man. And you know one of the qualifications of Iron Man? One save slot.
One save, yeah. That's why I'm asking. Yep. Oh my god.
Yep. Now, it's a testament to how fucking good that game is that the next day I started a new campaign. Wow. I didn't do Iron Man this time. I did Honest Man, which is how the XCOM community... There's a saying with XCOM 2, Honest Man over Iron Man. Couldn't make it. I basically wiped on a mission, lost all my best dudes. I managed to kill one Chosen for what that's worth to people, and then the mission after, everything went so wrong. You can actually see it happen on stream. I streamed it. It was a fucking disaster. But it was fun. It was fun. Still a great game, but I just wanted to put it out there to the community because I feel bad in a way because I didn't know that, and I know people have played it on my recommendation. So just to know, always have a backup save slot, especially if you're playing on PS4. PS5, do not do Iron Man. Do not have one save slot because the game is too fucking buggy.
The majesty of just an old game that's full of holes and it barely gets itself off the ground, but you're so addicted and you're so loving what it's doing that if it sabotages the whole run, you're like, yeah, all right, you forgive it. You're like, let's go back in and play again. Yeah. That's
now after my file like legitimately fell apart the second time in terms of like I just lost too many soldiers. I'm probably good now for a while. I'm probably not going to do that, but it's still like the ideal version of that game is kind of immaculate. Like it's incredible, but just note that there is jank.
Well, I will say that I've heard a lot of good things about there's other XCOM likes out there that have, existed since. People have said some pretty I've heard some really good things about Marvel's Midnight Suns, for example.
Same kind of people, right?
I believe so. So
Yeah.
I've heard that was a confusing release because people didn't really know what it was, and then and it turns out now that it's like, oh yeah, you're getting like an XCOM like out of
I think
that,
there's also some
degree.
kind of deck builder element or something to it.
Or so, yeah. So I'm not 100 on it as well, but I have heard a lot of high praise. So there's other games that are XCOM inspired, certainly, that might not play as fast and loose with 20 hours of your life.
Yeah. But it is that. It's the highest ratio of I love this game and oh god, this game is so fucked up and broken. Like it is the highest ratio of that I have ever experienced.
I feel like I've heard a lot about Fallout 2 back in the day, where it's just like you just killed the quest giver that allowed your save to continue. Like it was so loose about what it allowed you to do with all of its freedoms that you could just completely lock yourself out of progress,
But is that a bug or a feature? And then at some point, that just goes back to Kojima's self-destructing disc.
I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. The game that never came out that he wanted to make, where when you die, the thing would destroy itself.
Yeah.
I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077 right now, Phantom Liberty. So I'm leaning. Trust me when I say, like, an enjoyable experience where you're still falling out of the world is, it's in the year of our Lord 2025 is still happening. So I have had
even amongst people who I would not expect to enjoy that game, it sounds like it got there.
It's great, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And half of the boss fights I've had all broke. Like literally 4 boss fights I've had in the game so far out of I think like 7. The AI just completely busted on them, and they stopped moving or got stuck on a corner, or just something happened and it fell apart. I don't know what to make of it, but Idris Elba in the trailer says the game is fixed, and it's like, is it though?
Have you played it, Idris? Have you? What's your build?
Yeah. But anyway, no. So there's other XCOM likes out there though, so consider perhaps.
Cool. Yeah, no, I think I do just kind of have the tactical bug a little bit. But yeah, I also just wanted to mention real quick here, Woolie, me and you both did interviews for Evo. For some reason, I did one too.
Yes. Shout outs to Esteban Hold Back to Block, the Evo YouTube channel, the team. We got a chance to sit down and do some videos talking about them fighting games. And that was a lot of fun, asked me for my top 5 and asked you for, I guess, just like your experience.
I think I just do what I always do. I just fucking spieled like a lunatic.
You just video essayed.
I just opened my mouth and shit started coming out. That was really fun. That was such a good experience. And I didn't check the comments on mine for a couple of days because I just thought people would be like, who the fuck is this? But they're actually like really, really nice, and it was really uplifting. I did get maybe one of the most brutal put downs in the comments that I have ever heard in my life. Or no, it wasn't in the main video. They released a video with just me talking about how much I love Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution.
Yes.
And there's a comment. And well, did you ever get a comment that it's just so dead on and so brutal that you just have to kind of be like, yeah, okay, you got me. You win.
Yep, I take that one. Yep, absolutely.
It just said, yeah, this guy looks like he plays Virtua Fighter. It's just like, oh no!
Well, listen,
oh, the truth.
Listen, if I may, all right, I can confirm that you have converted at least one soul over to Virtua Fighter with your impassioned speech about Go, and if you remember our buddy, and I already like Virtua Fighter, John. You're not talking about me. I mean,
Woolie, I would never. Do you remember last episode when you were like, did a mop fall on his head? And you explained the Dante meme that was everywhere in like 2012. And then I kind of looked at you, and then you're like, oh, sorry, John, that's from the Capcom stylish hard action series, Devil May Cry. And then I kind of looked at you, and you were like, sorry, John, Capcom are a video game developer they worked on the Street Fighter series, and then I looked at you and you were like, Street Fighter was, in many people's estimation, the first fighting game. And then I looked at you and you were like, fighting game can really be summarized. And then you just went on for like, we cut all this from the podcast. But so I wasn't doing that to you, is what I was just trying to say. Yeah.
Well, listen, I got a message from one old familiar name, Command Grab James. Reached out and let me know that he's like, yo, I saw that video of you talking about Go in Virtua Fighter, and he's like, I wanted to go try it, and he's checking it out and he's getting into it as a result.
That's a man, you know, if I only get one person, Command Grab James is like a good one to get, right?
Good one to get with a proper MMA background. That's an individual that can appreciate what's going on there, especially given the state of Tekken. And you know, that's cool. There's a whole lot of excitement happening in the fighting game community right now. You know, so we did those videos for Evo, and I've been, you know, checking out some of the releases going out as well, like you know, the to KO and Mark of the Wolves and stuff has been going on. It's a busy time.
Do you know, Woolie, one of the most surreal moments of my entire fucking life was seeing a Fatal Fury logo in the center of the WrestleMania ring.
Yeah.
What timeline are we living in? And especially what timeline that I'm not, like, delighted about that.
No. But the reason why it's in the WWE ring is quite clear. You know, alongside the Crown Jewel event and everything else that's,
Willie,
involved.
I'm not going to get too into things, but I'd say it sure is a particular time for, say, releasing a 2.5-hour video essay about how much you like top guys in WWE, and then those guys do a bunch of interviews 3 weeks later, and you're like, oh, no.
Well,
and you're like, well, people are kind of mad at you, and you're kind of like, my ability to do anything about any of this is quite limited.
Well, you won over Brandon Sanderson.
I have seen that doing the rounds. Yeah,
so that's cool.
That was pretty cool. You ever read any of his books?
I haven't, but I've heard a lot of things. I've heard a lot of good things. So you know that there you go. Yeah. You're reaching out there.
They're not very good. No, that is not true. That is not true. I read the first Mistborn. Try to. No, I can only make that joke because I read the first Mistborn book and fucking loved it. It was so cool. I actually did a review of it on my secret review hole blog, and it's genuinely like, I don't know what that dude he just gets fucking plot and story and like manages to insert anime power-ish systems into like fantasy writing and have it be fucking awesome. He's just one of those writers where like he is as painfully good as everyone says he is. You know, you just read his books and you're like, fuck yeah, this is great.
Just the idea of you got a very kind like video shouting out how great your wrestling video essay was, and then the sequel to that and the engagement of, you know, it allowing you to like people to get into wrestling and understand why you're passionate even if you're not in it yourself. And it was very pure, and just to be like, thanks.
I couldn't resist the bit.
Bunch of stinkers, those books. Oh.
So I don't know. I always remember.
Cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, and it was so appreciated. Like I, you know, a lot of people have sent me that clip, and it's like, fuck, man, that's awesome. Thank you. But it was like, I always remember one time I was at a con, right? And I was walking by this dude, and I saw him from a distance, and he was wearing an Eyepatch Wolves t-shirt. And I was like, oh, fuck. And like, you know, I got kind of excited because it was one of the first times I'd ever seen one of them out in the wild. And I was walking by him, and I just go, hey, nice t-shirt. And he just looks at me, and he goes, thanks.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I have always strove to create that same energy. Like,
there you go. There you go. But hey, you know, it must be like when you put out a big video and shit pops off, it must be nice to kind of have that little Do I still got it? You still got it. You still got it.
So when shit pops off, like, I don't know how well that video is done because I don't look, because it's just too overwhelming. Like, it's just.
But we've bared our souls to each other on just that feeling of, do I still have it? Is it still there?
Oh, yeah, complete. Like, I get that people like that video, and like, yes, there is an element of like, okay, people still on some level give a shit that I'm here. Oh, thank God, So, but yeah, no, you're right. And just
how much is that mortgage? Yeah,
it's a lot, Woolie. There's a sponsorship this month. We doing okay. The Patreon doing all right.
Ooh, all right. What do we got going on? Rocket Money, Tempo. What are we doing today? Yeah, all right. No,
but yeah, no, that was ultra cool to see. I hope if Brandon Sanderson ever sees this, he realizes that I'm just a massive asshole and that I genuinely think his shit is great. Woolie, there's a section here that just says Woolie banter.
Oh, well, I just, I mean, a couple of things have happened, and I'd say the most important one has been the drop of the Netflix Devil May Cry series.
So Woolie, we'll get into it. I've had 2 weeks, but 2 weeks ago, I did check out the first 3 episodes of this.
And you're familiar with Devil May Cry, Capcom, Japan.
Sorry, Woolie. What is Capcom?
So. Did you notice anything, I guess? Well, first off, did you notice anything like a little, off about the character, the world, and the setting compared to the one we're familiar with in Devil May Cry?
So I would say I am not a hardcore Devil May Cry fan. I loved 5. I put so many hours into 5. Most of that was Bloody Palace. So, like, I know it wasn't like a 1-to-1, but in the first 3 episodes, at least, like, Lady's character is quite different. But in the first 3 episodes, at least, I was kind of like, okay, I kind of...
They're setting something
picking up. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Adi Shankar made the Castlevania game series on Netflix, and those were games where there was a lot of room to fill in the blanks. And I would say that as a result, I enjoyed the Castlevania shows that I watched. I didn't watch all seasons of it, but the ones I did, I thought were pretty good. And it came together in a pretty cool way for like covering these different eras and characters. Devil May Cry is... There are some very, very strange decisions that, as you go through it, are very just head-scratcher. Why'd we go this way about it? And yeah, I'm not going to fully spoil, if you're going to go back and perhaps experience the rest of that or see what's going on.
Oh, I am. Because like, I'm going to be honest with you. I really liked the first episode. I really thought that was quite entertaining, and I liked the animation. And look, Woolie, it has Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. Oh, that intro is great. There's some great stuff going on. The intro is great, and the music is absolutely pulling from the era that it came from. Right, early 2000s is when Devil May Cry came out, and so it nails that. And Adi Shankar did a good job with keeping the sound of that era, throughout the show. And there's some remixes of songs that are kind of weak, but there are some that are pretty cool. The credits.
Yeah, there was a remix of, oh god, it was in episode 3, and it was like the chase on the highway, and Dante's like fighting the 2 dudes. I can't remember, but it was like it's a song I really love, but the remix was very weak, and I was like, why do this?
Yeah. There's some other like sort of softer versions of things that are like this.
Papa Roach's It was one of Papa Roach's
Last Resort.
Last Resort, yeah. I just got Papa Roach. Put a joint in Papa Roach. That they don't actually like insects, Wooly. It's a joint reference.
I'm trying to blink as slowly as possible if it can be heard in audio form.
I know, it blew my mind too, Wooly.
But a Devil's Never Cry a cinematic version outro is also like a fun thing to hear. But you kind of are also like, I'm hoping that we, you leitmotif that so that we can get a really cool bombastic version later or so. But anyway, there's something nice too about seeing Captain Commando outfits being used on Lady and her crew. It's like it's an homage to another Capcom character, so that's fun. There's an amazing episode of the show that comes after Where You Are that I think is very clearly the best one. Kevin Conroy did a really good job. It's his last role, and I think he was really great as the Vice President in the show as well. The voice of Batman is Vice President Bane.
Oh, okay. And when you say did he die?
Yes.
Oh,
Kevin
shit.
Conroy
Okay, and that's
passed
his
away.
last role. Okay,
that was his last role. So it's a bit of a Raul Julia situation where you're like, you're incredibly talented and you're going to elevate this production, by being.
So legitimately,
that
Raul
talented.
Julia as Bison is like one of my favorite performances of all time.
It's the only thing worth talking about.
Someone chews scenery and shits gold. That's performance is it.
Just because his grandkids told him to do it,
So sweet. What a fucking cool dude.
But 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 alongside some of those decisions, there's some stuff that as we go on starts to, like, if you have basically it's a situation where the more you know the source material, the less sense a lot of stuff starts to make.
Sometimes Fox like talks to me about like Devil May Cry lore and stuff, and like just like with a lot of stuff with Fox, I'll just fucking tune him out because Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? He's not editing this episode, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, fucking God.
Also, he's in my city now, so I'm gonna have to hear about it.
Yeah, okay. God. Okay.
We're gonna go boxing tomorrow.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're having fun. Montreal's a fun place. We're doing things. we're getting up to stuff out here.
Hey, you guys should train real hard.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I guess it's all I will say is that like there's like what little story exists in this stylish character action game franchise. There is reason for it to be there, and the things that make the characters tick, their motivations, and why they are driven in the way they are. An adaptation can do these things and change these things in ways that are still faithful and still can be done well. But in this case, I would say that it leaves more questions and it's more baffling. And the reasons that the changes are made start to become more apparent when you start to see that like there's an element that Devil May Cry does not get into that Adi Shankar introduces to this setting. That is a little more, shall we say, settler colonialist, and we go places, we go places with that commentary that I did not expect Devil May Cry to go, and I think in the
what?
You heard correctly. And I'll just say that in the introduction of these new dynamics into the Devil May Cry Dante wacky woohoo, don't simplify him because he also has sad boy feelings, Pizza Man franchise, there is some weird replacement and erasure of existing traits of these characters that we thought were very important to them.
You know what, Wooly? I'm going to make a live call right now, and I'm just going to knock this off the favorite things list, and maybe just watch the rest of it before I talk about what a great adaptation this is.
Maybe just finish the show a little bit, and see where you come out on the other end of it. But I will say that, like, in the discussion of this show, there's been like Adi Shankar has talked about how he's got like two brands. He's got the bootleg universe brand where he takes existing IPs, changes and remixes them, and turns them into homages to their original selves, but they're otherwise brand new takes on familiar characters and formats. So Guardians of Justice and Captain Laserhawk are kind of what he did with those. And then there's the Adi Shankar animation, which is more faithful, quote unquote, and more accurate. And Castlevania fits into that, but so does Devil May Cry. And it's like, yeah, no, there's some humongous changes that are like, it's not the idea of change that doesn't work for me. It's just that when it doesn't land, and I care about Devil May Cry. So yeah, anyway, I'm kind of, it's hard to go any further without getting specific, but go finish that off and see what's up.
Sure.
You did
Adi
hear
Shankar,
that little like, you saw that little 1 second Virgil cameo in that first episode.
Oh, the little sound motif, and the demon transforms into him for a second.
Yeah, and it was a little slight hint of his theme, but it's not quite the same.
I mean, it was enough that, so like, I don't know if I ever talked to you about this, Woolie, but like Virgil's kind of like my character, and I think specifically, like, I really see that his theme as like my song in a lot of ways. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you there.
Yeah, man, something bury the light, Johnny Young Bosch, the voice of Nero, playing Dante.
Do you know he's playable in Marvel versus Capcom?
Do we got a question to answer, or we got any
So we do, but before that, Woolie, you know what? It's been a long 2 weeks, my friend. I have been through a little experience, and I think I kind of just wanted to talk about it a little bit because it was kind of nuts. I fostered a dog. So I guess, like, long story short, I've wanted a dog for the last 10 years. I love dogs. I love animals, like, just in general. I cats, dogs, whatever. I always get on with them, and I always really love them, and I grew up with dogs, and I lived in an apartment in Dublin which like didn't allow dogs. And been moved into this new place, really, really loving it here. And started following some rescues. Really wanted a rescue dog because, like, just, rescue workers and rescue dogs are there's a lot of rescues that need help in Ireland, and I really, really wanted to take one in. And I found one. I found a Whippet, and she was this beautiful, gorgeous Whippet dog. And so basically, like, kind of went through a bunch of stuff to get her. And everything was normal. Like, I actually went for her sister first, but then her sister was taken, and the shelter was like, we have her sister. And I looked at her and I was like, oh man, she looks like a little nervous, but like she's beautiful, it's like, fuck, I can bring this nervous little dog into my house, and I'll help bring her out of her shell, and I'll kind of just help her get better, because this is one of those dogs that had like been through it, was found like abandoned and starving and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so there was one little bit of weirdness in that we had like we sorted everything out with the shelter, like organized everything, and they said like, okay, she's yours. And then the day before we adopted her, we got a message being like, we are not going to give you this dog. And I was like, oh shit, what? And I found out just before I streamed, and you can go back and watch a stream of me talking about this. And I'm like, yeah, and so basically I rang them up and I was like, what's the story? And so they kind of eventually said like, okay, you can come in and interview for this dog. And I was like, okay. And so I went in the following day, did the interview, brought her home. And she was like terrified. She was terrified of like everything, but we had a little crate for her. We had a lot of space, and we had bought her like loads of toys and just everything, and kind of helped her feel like as at home as possible. And it's honestly like kind of fucking awesome. Like, it's great. Like, me and Michelle we're so in love with this dog. You know, she's really timid, but she's like really kind of sweet. You know, like she's not coming up to us at all. She is still like scared of us, but we're like kind of, you know, when you get a rescue like that, what you're meant to do is like not actually approach them. Like, basically be around them, but don't be directly interacting with them, because like it's too much for them. They can't really take it, especially while they're getting used to their environment. But it was still like really chill. You know, we got a little dog monitor and like we're watching her through the camera just to make sure she's okay. And it's like sometimes we can see her like play with her little chicken toy and all this kind of stuff. And it's like generally like feel my heart growing watching this dog. And the way the shelter does it is that you foster them for a week and then you adopt them. And so like the first week is like, it's like a fucking dream. Like it's I am so like soul fulfilled with this dog, and I love her. I love her so much. You know, she's such a sweetheart. But I guess as the week goes on, like it starts to get like a bit weird. And just in terms of like I've read a bunch of books on like caring for dogs. I've like, you know, done all this stuff, and I'm like also just on message boards like looking at other people's experience with rescue dogs. And I start to notice that, like, very gradually, my experience of what's happening is starting to separate out from other people's experience. Like, people are talking about how on, you know, day 3, the dog started wandering around outside its cage. On day 6, it's like the dog came up to them for the first time and all this kind of stuff. And that is not happening with this dog. Like, we're talking like a solid week in, and it's still in its cage and like still like kind of cowering, and like it's kind of okay for us to get a little close, but like there's something a little off here. And so I'm like, okay, that's okay. But as it does, the dog, it starts to act in ways that I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know if that's super normal, you know? And it starts like eating its own shit, which is like, oh. And I'm looking it up, and that's a sign of like extreme anxiety in dogs.
Stress, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's not good. And so like I come down the stairs one morning, and there's shit all over the curtains. And Woolie, let me tell you, you will never feel quite as out of control as your own life as when there are shit on your curtains. And I was like, okay. But like I don't care, because I fucking love this dog. Like, I am, whatever happens between humans and dogs has happened to me and this dog, you know? And but then like that day there's like this thing happens where Michelle's trying to clean the shit curtains, and it's like she was in the dog's blind spot, and the dog freaks out and like rampages all over the kitchen, like smashes her bowl in the air, food and water goes everywhere. And like this dog, Woolie, like when you see her in a cage, she looks kind of small, but when she comes out of the cage, she like unfolds, and she's like tall. And like I see a video of her standing up on the counter, and she's like human sized. Like that's how big this dog is. And I'm starting to get like a little nervous. I'm like, okay. Because something else strange that's happening is like that so what everyone says is you have to tempt the dog out of the crate with treats, high value treats like cheese or ham. But like I'll put cheese or ham or anything in front of this dog and it won't eat it. It's waiting. It'll wait for me to leave the room, and then like 30 minutes later it might eat it. And I'm like, okay. And so after its first rampage, it's like a switch flips in its head, and all of a sudden it like starts viewing me and Michelle different, and all of a sudden like it gets much harder to get kind of closer to the dog, and so like then it starts freaking out more and more. So like if you move too quickly in the kitchen, it will literally like run around the kitchen, like kind of smashing stuff, and it won't come near you. But it's like a big dog, and if it crashes into you, like, and its claws are so sharp. Like my kitchen floor is covered in scrape marks from the dog running, like panicking and running around the floor, and I'm starting to get like a little, honestly, like a little bit scared. You know, it's like I don't know how to control this dog, you know, and we can't get close enough to it to like put a leash on it or kind of anything. And so I start to do more like research, and all the accounts at this point, even among like fearful or nervous rescues, like they are not matching up with what's happening in my house, you know? And then I find an article, and it's called Housing a Feral Dog. And basically the difference between a feral dog and a fearful rescue dog is that feral dogs have no contact with humans for like their major developmental points and don't know how to, like, the concept of taking a treat from a human or like having a positive interaction with a human does not exist in this dog's brain.
Right. Okay.
And it gets really fucking hard. There was one point where I was in the kitchen and I took off my jumper, and the dog freaked out and tried to like launch itself into my glass door. And thank God the door held. But I'm literally like, oh my fucking God.
Holy
oh my
shit.
God.
Okay.
Yeah, and like this, and like honestly, like it's starting to feel like kind of a nightmare. And
Yeah.
it's tough because like I still love this dog, but I'm beginning to get worried about her because like if I try and approach the cage at all, she starts like bucking and like kind of smashing her body against the cage, and I'm like, oh my God. And honestly, dude, like, you know, like, not to get too real here. I know people like to yuck it up on this podcast, but it started to get like really hard and really scary. And things got like worse and worse. And she, you know, I started talking to like friends who have kind of like rescue animals and stuff. And I was talking to one of my friends, and he was kind of like, I think you kind of have to get good with the idea that there might come a point where you realize that like you've done everything you can for this dog. And like he said that, and like I immediately like I rejected it. I was like, no, because like I still love her. Like I love her so much, you know. And then I was trying again to get a collar on her, because you have to get a collar on them, because basically if this dog managed to escape without a collar, we'd never get it back.
Oh yeah.
There'd be no way to catch it. There'd be no, like, it's too big and it's too fast.
And anyone in its way is at risk, and you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah.
And I could not get the fucking collar on her. And then at one point, like, she reared back and she bared her teeth to me, which is like the first time she'd ever shown any aggression. And it was like this fucking hopeless moment of like, oh, like, and at this point, the dog has been with us for like multiple weeks, you know? And it was just this moment of like, fuck, I really don't know what to do here. And so I phoned the shelter, and I was like, I don't, like, is there like a behavioral therapist? Like, is there anything we can do about this dog? And the woman at the shelter, who was great, like, she was really good. And like, I explained to her, like, I think that I thought the dog was feral. And she was immediately like, oh my God, okay, we did not know that, or we would not have given you that dog, basically. And like, now in their defense, like, these are all volunteers working a rescue of like 150 dogs, and this is just like they didn't know. But she like phones me back up the next day, and she explains to me like that with feral dogs like this, the only way to really domesticate them is to put them in a home with other domesticated dogs, so that those dogs can show them that humans like are safe, you know, and are cool. And she basically says to me like, we can house that dog in one of those homes, but like obviously you would have to give up the dog. And dude, like, just fucking heartbreak, you know. But like, it was getting to the point where, you know, I was like kind of worried about Michelle, and I was worried about me, and I was worried about the dog, and like I had to give her up. Like, I just knew I had to. And it was like one of the hardest things I've ever done. Sorry, I'm getting like emotional. I know this isn't why people listen to this podcast.
No,
but
by all, I get it. Like that's what you've been going through. That's what's going on. You know, like by all means, share what's up.
And like it felt so horrible because it's like, well, what kind of person returns a dog to a shelter? You know, and I felt like such a piece of shit. I think I have a bit of like more perspective on it now, but
it's not on you. It's not on you. You know, it's like quite clearly just. I mean, so you were mentioning this, you know, a bit before, and like, yeah, we were talking originally, but like I didn't realize that there was a point where they had actually like said, oh wait, hold on. They were going to hold off on you know, giving it to you, and I thought that maybe that was because they knew something. But if they're discovering at the same time that you're like, oh, like, no, this condition is way worse, then
when I asked them why, they told me it was because the dog was because the dog was a flight risk. So basically they were just like, if that dog escapes, like you're never getting it back. Yeah. And then like I basically had to like videotape my back garden and just show them that like, oh, you know, this dog cannot get out. Like, this is secure.
Right, it's closed off. Okay.
And like I was talking to one of the women in the shelter who were like all great, like they were all good and they were all just trying their best, you know, and they were telling me like, listen, there's so many dogs like that and you never know how they're going to be until you get them in a home. This is just one of those 1 in 10 cases where like you are not equipped to take care of this dog.
Yeah, and it makes sense, you know, like you never know what kind of temperament you're going to get, and of course like the different levels of damage and trauma that they've been through are going to always be like up in the air. But one thing's for certain is that like, you know, and I have other friends, you know, that have rescued dogs and cats as well, and you know, the behavior stuff is always a discovery process. If you're talking about a dog that's like been through a lot but is like at some point has formed a connection with a person, and then maybe something else was distrustful happened, or they were, you know, something else was bad or neglect happened, like that's a situation that you got to like nurse very carefully and slowly. But it's very different from this dog has had no trustful contact with human beings whatsoever. You are a giant like alien threatening thing, you know, and like and of course, as you mentioned, you know, like there's those formative moments, and you know, you said 10 months, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah, that is just really, you know, not on anything you did or nothing that they would have known, obviously. But still, that you know, I feel that, man. That's harsh, and that really
I
sucks.
appreciate it, dude. Like, you know, I did want to kind of just talk to you about it. Like I woke up this morning, I just did not get out of bed. I was just like, just because like I like the fucked up thing is like the last couple of days with her especially like were real rough. And I know it sounds like, oh, look, it's just a dog. What I would describe it as is like, imagine your kitchen was haunted by a small horse with knives for hands that explodes whenever you walk into it and sprays shit everywhere. Like, and look, the shit I can take. The shit I handled oceans of urine and mountains of shit this last 2 weeks. I don't even care. It was the point where it was just starting to feel like, it was like my friend said, when it reared back at me, I was like, this is that moment, and I don't think I can give this dog what it needs to have like a peaceful life. And like, fuck, trying to get the dog in the crate to take her back to the shelter. Mm-hmm. I told a story, like, it was this process of sitting on the floor, inching towards the dog goes mental in its cage, and I need to like get over and close the door, wait like 3 minutes, wait for the dog to calm down, inch closer again, repeat until eventually I got over it and I was able to shut the door. And then I realized there was no latch on the door, the cage was busted, and I felt like I was in a fucking horror movie. I really did. Yeah. Thankfully, Michelle had the idea to secure the cage with spare collars we had for the dog. But oh my god, dude, it was a nightmare. Like honestly, like the first week with the dog was awesome, and then it slowly just turned into like a horror movie. You know, it really did. And the fucked up thing is, like, despite all that, God, I miss the shit out of her. Like, I really, really miss her. And it really, people were asking me like, would I still do a rescue dog next time? And I would say like, abso-fucking-lutely. Like when I saw those dogs, and like when you see how badly they kind of need help and they need homes, yeah, I'm gonna like wait a couple of months to kind of like, I guess, just get over the mild trauma this entire incident was, and then I am 100% going to try again with a rescue. And I would also just say to anyone else watching this, like, I know so many people with rescues. This is the absolute exception to the problem. Like, I've never heard of this happening another person. And I think, the thing about rescues is like, you might not get like a puppy, but like even that first week, the reward of watching her slowly kind of come out of her shell until she got that first scare was like the greatest thing in the world. It was so good. And like rescues are apparently, when you do like get them and when you do domesticate them, they're so loyal and they love you so much. So I really don't want this story to put anyone off getting a rescue. And like, I'm gonna get another rescue. I'm gonna have a little versus dog at some point, Woolie, and I'm gonna bring her on this stream, and it's gonna be great.
I mean, clearly you've got a home with a whole lot of love to give. It's just that, you don't have the, sometimes that you're out of your depth with like what the level of, damage and trauma is, that, and you just don't know, what you're getting into there. And someone with much more expertise that is, equipped for that type of intensity is able to just do a better job. And so, I definitely think that, if and when your guys are ready to try again and find another little pupper, that, again, that love is still there and that can still work. And the odds are immensely in your favor that you wouldn't have this type of experience another time,
Yeah, and like, I don't regret it, because I learned a lot about dogs. I have learned so much about dogs in this last 2 weeks. And like, I think sometimes you just go through some real life shit and you can't take it back, and you can't kind of coulda, shoulda, woulda. You just have to be like, okay, that sucked, and I'm a little more grown up now, and that's cool. And that's just trying to how I'm look at it. But oh fuck, dude, I miss her. I miss her so bad. I miss her stupid little face. That was so cute when she was like chill. But then like when we brought her to the rescue and we like got her crate onto the rescue ground, I looked at her and she looked so happy and so chill to be like back out in the country and back around other dogs.
Okay.
And I hadn't seen her look like that
relaxed
since the first week we kept her,
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But so if I'm light on media to talk about this week, that was why.
There you go. Well, you just described a John Carpenter film, just directed by like, I mean, yeah.
I honestly, dude, it gave me a new perspective on horror movies. Like, just this situation gradually devolving and getting less safe. Like, holy shit. But I'm okay. Michelle's okay. And like, they're like, I asked them to just keep me posted about her and just, let me know she's kind of all right. And that, I just really hope she gets a home that like she can kind of, be yourself in.
The last latch is basically like Ripley on the escape ship, like it's that, the finale. But I mean, it's the fact that you're like even seeing a little bit more like tension release in returning to the previous environment is like, that is a good sign of like, okay, yeah, like, the experts will handle it from here and stuff. But yeah, sorry still that you had to go through that, but
it's okay. And like, I think like, I really love doing this podcast, no matter how it might seem sometimes. And I think sometimes like if shit's really going on, sometimes I just kind of want to be, just straight about it. Cause
That's it.
If we're not being us, then I don't know what this podcast is.
No, I've been talking to microphones and cameras for a long time now, and I have no idea how to not be real with a lot of that. So knowing that you're the same way, completely agree. That's what it is. That being said, shall we perhaps move on to something that might be even more traumatizing? I'm seeing a question that we have to answer here.
Yeah.
My soul was just destroyed,
okay.
and now we can destroy it again.
So
Let's
listen,
go.
Woolie, I think there's a certain branch of the Versus Wolves fandom that sees us as wizened elders, okay? And straight from the Patreon, we have Aura, and Aura has come to us with a question.
Hello,
okay?
Aura.
Dear Julie and Juan, I find that funnier than it should be. My brother used his hardcover copy of Berserk as a drink coaster last night. How do we take care of him? Woolie, we haven't talked about this prior, and I feel like in the same way that I was just I wanted to be real with our audience about kind of what's going on with me. I want to be real with Aura. Sometimes a relationship reaches a point where you've given it everything and you've tried everything possible, and like I reached a point of no return with that dog. You have reached a point of no return with your brother.
I'm sorry to find out that your brother has been shitting on your curtains and going nuts, but it seems like based on this Berserk as a drink coaster criteria, might I suggest putting your brother in the cage and getting the latch work on that?
It's over, buddy. It's over.
Yep.
And look, not that I'm saying which volume it matters, but to me, volume 1, Exile. Final volume, Bullet.
I think look, we don't need to spell anything out anywhere, but suffice to say that, again, similar to as we've just described, perhaps it's time to go up to the farm upstate, Perhaps it's time to let your brother roam free in the wild grass where no one will ever find him, and simply tell your family that he's happier now.
Oh, I mean, I think you could tell your family at this point, everyone would understand. Oh my God, what, that's a human being, Woolie, that did that. That's a human being.
I mean, I almost want to ask what drink,
That also matters. But,
I mean, just, what if it was like a Four Loko, What if it was like a Faygo, with the sticky, sweet, high fructose corn
dripping
syrup.
down the side of the
Dripping
can
down
on
the sides on the
Mura's
can.
beautiful cover art.
Right, big, orange, sticky. Yeah. All right.
Oh, actually, sorry, I'm going to do a little quick plug. I also have a second podcast called Jeff's Bizarre Adventure, and currently we are going episode by episode through the 90s anime of Berserk. It's a lot of fun. I do it with my friend New Jersey Jeff. I'll do an impression of him. Hey, what's the deal with this Griffith the character? He's never read any manga or anime.
Nailed it.
I'm just bringing him in. I'm just bringing him through, and he's consumed enough anime now that we're doing Berserk.
Okay. The JoJo has transitioned into the Berserk.
We've taken a few Gaidens. We've done a One Punch Man Gaiden, a Cowboy Bebop Gaiden, and it's time for Berserk. And honestly, it's my favorite. It's my favorite we've ever done.
Well, on that note, I hope you're prepared for 3D horses, because Steel Ball Run is coming.
Right? Fuck. Do you know what's crazy? I remember when I first got into JoJo, like 13 years ago, I remember making jokes with my friends about how old we'd all be when Steel Ball Run came out.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Until I see a goddamn moving horse, though, I'm going to be, magnifying glass squinting at this son of a bitch, because I don't trust it. I need to see the 3D, because the beautiful 2D horse animation is not going to happen. No. And I'm worried that we might be landing anywhere. Hopefully we land somewhere in the realm of Trigun Stampede, but we might, on the other end is Berserk 2016, and I don't know what these horses are going to look like. So we'll just have to see, but peak JoJo incoming.
Yeah.
All right. What we go ahead.
Just to say to our listeners, if you too would like to get your Patreon questions in there, you can head over to patreon.com/versus wolves
Podcast.
And we got a bunch of tiers there. You can pick out the one, and it's also a great way to double your Versus Wolves intake over the course of a month. We have a second podcast that goes out exclusively to Patreon patrons every month. And if you want to crack the seal open on that, if you're not a Versus Wolves patron member, it must be a lot of those waiting for you at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, Woolie?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
you could binge us for you liking this shit, buddy. How about several days worth?
Mm-hmm. And last time around, a first peek into the chaos, into where things went wrong on that York New City intermission lounge. So, head on over if you'd like to support and hear a little bit more of us and our nonsense. At the same time, if you want to get your hands on one of these cool shirts going on, Versus Wolves Emporium is launched and available. We got the episode 999 bear fighting versus deep sea exploration Versus Wolves shirt, as well as the Get Into Fighting Games
the legendary Get Into Fighting Games t-shirt,
apparently a bestseller.
You know what, look, Woolie,
not bad.
I know the fans like you better. I know.
There you go.
I know. Yeah.
Listen, but seriously, I've wanted that shirt made for a very long time, and it would not be possible without what you brought and explaining to me and setting this whole thing up. So thank you very much for that as well.
Oh, please. Oh, come on now.
Well, you have successfully gotten your cool, Eyepatch Wolves, storyline brand happening from way back when we talked about it on Woolie Will Figure It Out. It's actually it actually
is so
exists.
mad to think about now. Yeah,
and so it's just cool to kind of see these things coming into existence.
Side projects are fun, but I mean, it's funny as well because without saying anything about anyone. I believe at one point you were told, Woolie, that the Get Into Fighting Games t-shirt was not viable. Wouldn't work.
I was turned away. I was shut down.
Mm-hmm.
I was told to compromise my dream.
Yep. And I said, I remember, Woolie, I picked you up off the mud, and I cradled you in my arms, and I said, no, there will be a Get Into Fighting Games shirt. It was something like that, right?
A little bit.
Adjacent.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, you rescued me. So, don't you worry, buddy. You put a little cheese and ham on the floor, and I was like,
you just can't.
What's going on over there?
That means more than it should right now. I just really need to hear that one. All right. I'm going to get affectionate, and so we got to stop. We got to keep going. We can't break the gimmick too hard.
Listen, let's take the opportunity to take a quick word from our sponsors. All right. So this episode of Versus Wolves is brought to you by Tempo, and it has become more and more essential in my life to figure out how to have healthy food that I can prepare quickly, because I'm not going to lie, these last couple months in particular, I've basically, food has been so low on my list of priorities compared to where it ought to be, because you need it to stay alive, right? So you need food to live, but also I am so busy with all these other things that I'm like, okay, let me just run down and just get some caloric intake to keep this battery going. And, I don't always take the precaution and time and the right decisions, when I'm trying to rush myself into eating. So the ability to eat something with real ingredients that's healthier, that can be prepared fairly quickly, is super duper crucial. And that's what Tempo is. In particular, you're talking about the option to eat, you having your meals delivered straight to your door, 20 plus mindful choices on their weekly menu that you can choose from, and they're ready to go in 3 minutes, which is exactly the kind of time I need.
Yeah, Wooly, we live very different lives, but I would say the common factor is we both kind of live in chaos and a lot of wait, what needs to get done right now? Mm-hmm. And sometimes I have no doubt that there are listeners in our audience who I've lived the exact same way, and this shit is such a fucking day saver. Right, yeah. It's oh god, sometimes I need to eat a meal now. I needed to have it be nutritionally competent. I need to not feel like shit afterwards, and I need it to taste good. Yeah, and Tempo hits all those marks.
I was definitely thinking of a time when I was trying to be the nutritionist myself, and I got so far and tried so hard. But it didn't matter because I am not a nutritionist. I do not have the expertise. I am not a dietitian, but these are dietitian approved and chef crafted meals as well that you're getting straight to your door. So, I to say nothing of the convenience, of course, of getting it regularly right to you and having the ability to get in there. I like as well that there's an option to go with whatever your preferences are. So if you're going for protein packed, if you're going for calorie conscious, carb conscious, fiber rich, I've been trying to figure out what works for me and what type of intake to go with. I did keto for a little while and kind of switched back and forth. So the option to customize and go with what suits my exact tastes is super useful as well. So, be sure to check out Tempo. And for a limited time, Tempo's offering our listeners 60% off your first box. You can go to tempomeals.com/wolves. That's tempomeals.com/wolves for 60% off your first box. One more time, tempomeals.com/wolves. Rules and restrictions may apply. Thank you very much, Tempo.
Thanks, Tempo.
And this week, Versus Wolves is sponsored by Rocket Money. And that is your helpful application for finding out what payments you might have lost track of, what subscriptions you might not know you have, and if you are trying to get your budget under control and figure out where there's little leaks happening, if you might have signed up for something and you've no longer and you forgot about it, or if there's been a price change. That stuff can happen to us a lot. I feel like I've noticed quite a few just jumping onto the app and seeing stuff that I'm I don't recognize the name of this. This is going where? For how much? It's become crucial with the number of subscriptions in our lives monthly to have something that can find out exactly what you're paying for, and if you want to stop it.
And I think the beautiful part about it is not only does it identify what you want to stop, it's kind of hey, we can stop it for you. It's we will just, whatever fucking busy work you have to go through, it's no, you don't got to do it. You can just have them do it, and you can immediately cut that shit off. And it's it's good because, again, we mentioned about chaotic lives, mentioned lack of time. I think diet is one of the first thing that goes, but taking care of yourself financially and making sure that your money is kind of doing what you want it to do, and all that kind of stuff, that is so difficult when you are busy. And I think tools like this simplify it so much, and that is so important. I think personal finance and how to manage that stuff is so kind of undervalued in general. And I think stuff like this that just makes it accessible and makes it make sense and lets you see all your shit just from top down. It's awesome. That's genuinely is a really cool product.
Yeah, no, sometimes, it's as simple as you forgot about a subscription or you paid twice and didn't realize it. But sometimes it's, coming down to if you're trying to cancel and it's confusing or time consuming, there's a couple different steps involved in the process as well. Rocket Money can help with that too. So yeah, it's nice to be able to keep track of that stuff in one simple place. And of course, I think any decisions that anyone can make, the earlier you get in on top of your finances and decide to be like a little more responsible about it, you're never going to regret that, So, yeah, definitely a useful tool for the modern age. You can cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/versuswolves today. That's rocketmoney.com/VSWolves. One more time, rocketmoney.com/VSWolves. Yeah, they've got over 5 million users that have saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when they use all of the app's premium features. That's pretty solid. So thank you, Rocket Money.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
All right.
So,
Let's
Woolie,
get into it.
I don't know about you, but I have been breathing some sacred and terrible air.
Oh,
the
boy.
Disco Elysium origin book? I don't know. It's a weird connection.
A story taking place in the world of Elysium that the game takes place in.
Yep. Written several years before Disco Elysium, right?
By Robert Kurvitz, that's correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, the failure of this book ended up being kind of a huge part of the creation of Disco Elysium. I think this book sold less than 1,000 copies.
Yes, it was praised, but it was also a very, very poor seller in Estonia. And this was also a world that the world of Elysium had been created by Robert Kurvitz and Martin Luiga and a lot of the other folks that end up writing on Disco Elysium as well.
Yeah, this was from like a old D&D campaign. This is basically Zaum used to be an art collective.
Zaum was an art collective, yeah. But even well before that, back when they were just kind of like high school kids, Argo Tulik, Robert Kurvitz, and Martin Luiga had a group called like the Overcoats. It was like these basically just, Estonian kids hanging out, skipping class, and just creating like interesting worlds. And one of these things they started working on was like a tabletop campaign. But they wanted, something more interesting and more real to the world that they kind of lived in, and something that reflected a lot of the experiences that they kind of had growing up. And so this world of Elysium kind of came into fruition. And so they've been trying to dive into it and visit it different times, And so Sacred and Terrible Air was the first like attempt to like, capture a story from a tabletop adventure and kind of like narrativize it.
Yeah. I am curious, Woolie. Why did you recommend me this book?
Okay. Well, I'd say up top, content warning for folks, because this book does feature acts of horrible violence. It features sexual assault. It features like just all of the worst of humanity, really. Childhood abuse as well. So just so you know, going into it, it's very raw in its depiction, and
there's some real darkness here.
That's it. So just want anyone to know, just so that you're aware. The reason why I recommended it is because I am in love with the world of Disco Elysium, and I found myself desperate to find out more about it. And I wanted to revisit it and learn more. And I feel like once upon a time, there was a thought that, well, eventually, there would be something else that Zaum would create. And that Zaum was going to be the start of a beautiful new RPG studio, And that has since exploded and become a completely chaotic, hard to understand mess of like 5 different production companies all working on their own successors, and God knows what's happening. However,
I mean, I think it's tricky because I think while like things exploded and like the kind of people left, I feel like Disco has made enough of an impact that a successor, spiritual or otherwise, will happen, right?
I think so. I also think that Disco is it's a special moment in time in video games, and I found it to be a very important game that I played, and I feel like the fact that it exploded into this massive, legal, insane, money lending, light bending nightmare, is the most Disco thing that could have happened to it.
Yep.
The self-sabotage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could absolutely see that being a chapter in this book.
Right. And
did I ever tell you about my one-sentence review of Disco Elysium? I was writing a thing for Giant Bomb, and I had to do like a one-sentence review of like my top 10 games from that year. And it was just... I know this was successful because I got equal comments being like, that's brilliant, and what the fuck does that mean? And it was just, Disco Elysium is like a game from an alternate dimension where Mario talks instead of jumps.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay,
I mean,
okay, I'm glad that landed.
That verbal boss battle is wild, you know. I do feel like it happened for a moment in time. You know, the world was disco. We all got to join in on this journey with Harrier Dubois and just find out about how much of a horrible mess one can fall infinite scaffolding layers down, you know, beyond sea level.
You know, I've all these moments from Disco that just stand out so clearly to me, and one of them, it's like not even that big a moment. It's when you phone the station.
Yep.
And you tell them you've lost your gun, and you hear a station of police officers laughing.
He lost his gun. Yep. Precinct 41. Yeah, the whole bit, right? And the fact that like the way I often like soft elevator pitch this game to people when I having a casual conversation and they're like, oh yeah, what would you recommend? Or if they're a fan of RPGs or something, I'd be like, yeah, go play Disco Elysium. And I basically describe it as it's an RPG kind of point and click whodunit, where you're a detective and your brain is a mess and you have 24 different stats inside of your character that you can level up, and each one is also a voice in your head that talks to you. So it's like you're playing an RPG with 24 extra party members. And the more you invest in them, the louder they get. It's wonderful. But
it might it's such an insane system. Like, that's fucking crazy. It shouldn't work. It's brilliant. And it so beautifully adds to that game.
Yep.
Thank God they put a voiceover in that game, because I would never have been able to get through it otherwise.
I played an hour of it without voiceover, and I thought it was immensely wonderful and just brilliant. And I felt myself in my throat dying at the idea of trying to talk through every single line of dialogue if I were to let's play this, right? So that's kind of what was its original, like, it was a bit of a death sentence when they kind of released the game without voice acting, and they realized no one would stream this game. And nowadays, being able to put a video out and stream the game is how you get the word out about indie games. And they thankfully went back and not only got voice acting, but they got incredible, high quality, amazing voice acting.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
And so all that leads us to just this idea that I loved it so much that I wanted to know more about it. And I found out that, yes, this Estonian obscure short story was then translated.
Okay. Why do people call it a short story?
I guess because it's a novella, right? The number of pages has to be below a certain threshold to be considered a novella or not. When I was a kid, I forget what the exact amount was, but I guess I'm seeing here anything that comes in under 40,000 words is considered a novella, right? Pages, you can print different sizes on different pages, but that's what it is.
But okay, hang on, because like I have video essays that are like 20,000 words.
Then congratulations, you're an author.
No, my point is that I this has to be way longer than that. Because you read it all, and it's like 12 hours of streams.
Yes. So I did want to experience this book, and I decided the way I would do this would be to read out an audiobook exactly. And it was, what was the word count on this? 82,000. Okay, estimated on the translation. So yeah, I guess that comes in above the threshold. But I guess the idea is that like it still is shorter than a big thick novel, you know? But it's a book, I guess.
You know, Woolie, I actually listened to your reading of it.
Oh.
And
well, thank you.
You know,
I'm glad.
This isn't a compliment. Couldn't help notice those views going up as I was reading it.
Really?
Uh-huh. You know, looks like a couple of thousand people took that journey with us.
Interesting.
And I guess, like, you know, my concern is, have we crossed some kind of ethical boundary?
Do I have to recuse myself?
Because I feel like what you've done, Woolie, is that you have recommended yourself, and you have financially profited from that. And Woolie, I don't know why you're laughing. I don't think this is funny at all.
Well, I would just, you know,
I think
I
this
believe
is very serious.
I
think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
The ethical.
I'm sorry.
The ethical concerns of.
I think the ethical sanctity of this podcast has been breached, sir. And I would like you to now address our audience on that matter.
I recommended the book that people should
Incorrect, sir!
Read.
You're a liar! You're a liar!
I recommended that folks go read. I recommended you go read. And I did say...
You know I can't read, Woolie. You know that.
I offered you an optional olive branch because you always tell me that I cannot watch your content in order to experience something, right? You said that. You said, like, you can't go watch, like, you know, the unreality of wrestling or other things like that before. Or, like, what was it? Fear and Hunger, you know, and so on. I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to go do it myself. Don't you worry. It'll be a pure
well, that's
experience.
all fucking over now. No, that's on the table. I hope everyone's ready for what the internet did to Undertale.
And so I decided to not do what you do by saying, if you want to listen to me reading it out as an audiobook, because I you know, I did sit down and do it, then that's there for you. And
Woolie,
you know what?
I don't know what
you're going to hear my bias and my thoughts. While
I don't know what the laws are in Canada, but I hope to fucking God this podcast never gets audited, because you must have broke so many laws when you did that.
You know, I also did it as a means of testing myself, because I've been interested ever since.
Like morally.
Ever since Disco without the audio, Jesus Christ, I was afraid of the idea that there were great games that I could never play or stream because there was no voice acting in them, and stuff with high word counts I wanted to be able to do. So I've had an interest in playing Planescape Torment for a long time, but that game has a lot of words and no voice acting, so I would have to do it. And I wanted to basically strengthen myself, you know, to prepare for being able to do something like this. So by reading out 12 hours of an audiobook on stream with some water and actually getting through this 82,000 word count PDF, I was able to then go right into Phoenix Wright, which is an LP that is all voice acting by us and not the game, you know. And so
this was a training arc for you.
It was a training arc. I said, let me do an audiobook to see if I can talk for that long and not destroy my throat. So yeah, but that's what was going on there. So, but yes, when you listen to the audiobook version of this, you're going to also hear my thoughts and me and Reggie talking about it as we go through. So yeah, I am poisoning the well of discussion a little bit.
But yeah, no, so I'm going to be really honest here. This book was a kind of compatibility nightmare for me. I'm pretty dyslexic. Reading is not always the easiest thing.
Okay.
Sometimes it's fine, and sometimes it is not. And I think what happens a lot of people, you ever have that experience where you're reading a page and then you're halfway down the page and you've disconnected?
100%.
You're not. So
Yes.
that happens everyone.
Yep.
And a lot of the times apparently there's been like cognitive studies into this, and a lot of the times what happens is that your brain basically catches on a word, the meaning of which you're unsure of, or you misread a word and your brain doesn't quite take it in, but you're going, and so it's kind of like a stumbling point. And that usually serves as like the dividing moment between your consciousness and what you're reading.
Yes. I have that happen with audio books as well. I find there are times when my brain has checked out and I went, oh, shoot, like what just happened? And I have to go back a little bit because, sometimes there's like active listening and sometimes there's passive listening, and a lot of podcasts can be passive listens. But I find that like in a story where you're trying to pick up on details and things that have meaning, you do have to be more of an active listener. So I find even when reading or listening, that can happen in both cases.
Yeah. And so for me, if a book is filled with, I'd say, a lot of, I don't mean like this negatively, but like a lot of fantasy jargon, or like a lot of names I am unfamiliar with, or a lot of characters, my brain sometimes has trouble like latching on to those terms and drawing meaning from them. And so then you have this book, and it has like kind of like five main characters nearly, like if you're kind of counting Ziggy and the girls, and it's like, this took some going over to get the book straight in my head and to be able to be like, okay, this is this character, and then like, sometimes Teresh is Teresh, sometimes he's Agent Mahayek, sometimes he's one of the several other names he uses, and I'm gonna admit, like, I struggled with that aspect of this, so I may misinterpret some things about this book.
Understandable.
Yeah. Now, that said, like, your kind of account of it definitely helped. And I also just want to, there's a YouTuber as well.
Jamrock Hobo?
I think that's it. He has a summary of the book.
Jamrock Hobo's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. And he has a really, really good summary. And
I think that, you wouldn't be the only one, and that it took some doing and some thinking to piece it all together. And I think as well, in the videos that I have of the audiobook, you can actually see at the end of the session us trying to make sense of what we just read, Yeah. And there's these moments of like kind of summarizing the information so far, or the chapters, to go like, okay, what exactly was that chapter about? And it's a process of decoding that like you get to see us do live
very
in front
much
of you,
so. And like, I would say this is the kind of book as well where the timeline swims back and forward a lot.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, at least I don't know how it's formatted in the book, but when I was listening to your audio version of it, sometimes with only like 2 words. So you'll be reading, and then 20 years ago. And then you're in the past. And sometimes what was happening when I zoned out and missed that, it became very difficult to kind of... Now, I'm at the point now where I feel like I at least have a pretty base level understanding of everything that happened in the book and like the events and how they occur. Like, we'll get into it now, but definitely like not the easiest read I found.
Yeah. Understandable, and I completely agree. I think digesting the content afterwards and kind of like going into further discussions and or so to piece together things that you might have missed is important. It definitely is. I think it needs time after you hear it or read it to just digest and piece it together for sure. But I did, once I came to my conclusions about what I felt was happening and what I feel the book is about and how it relates to, the game that I really like and the overall tone that Kurvitz uses. I think it's a really cool and interesting story, and there's some fun bits as these games, as this world gets insanely political, shout outs to the line.
Is there political undertones in this book?
perhaps a little bit.
I must have missed that.
That line from Disco, say one of these fascist or communist things or fuck off, just lives rent-free in my head, and this is 100% continuing that idea or predating that idea. I think that talking around it aside, essentially, you mentioned the timelines. What you kind of get in this story is you've got up front the gritty, modern, like noir murder mystery, and then you've got parallel the Goonies like childhood adventures
past. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, this book is told kind of it's told sequentially, but you are basically jumping back and forth between these two timelines, and essentially you have these three characters. You have Khan, you have Teresh, you have Jasper, and they're these three like boyhood friends who kind of grew up in school. In the past, they became friends with the Lind sisters, these four ultra popular, ultra beautiful girls who went to their school, and they basically shared, like, I think it's over the course of like a summer. Is that right?
They had a summer fling.
They had a summer where they just hang out with these girls, and they got like romantically involved with them. And the crux of the entire book is at some point the girls disappear. No one knows what happened to them, but it sure as hell seems like they were murdered, and murdered in a really terrible way. And so in the present, what you have are those three characters, Cohen, Jasper, and Teresh, trying to solve that murder because they are still obsessed with it all these years later.
Yeah.
And before we kind of crack it all open, I have one more question for you, Woolie.
Yeah.
What is it about the Disco world you love so much? And I asked that because I also loved Disco Elysium. I thought it was an awesome game. What I loved about it were its systems and characters, and the world was tertiary to all that for me. Now, I know a lot of people feel the way about it you do. Like, I know, like, from listening to, like, kind of different analysis on this book and listening to people write about it, there's a lot of people who fell in love with that world, and I'm just wondering, like, what is it about that world that you love so much?
Interesting. I was not expecting this question. So, on the surface, I think that it's full of characters that I find charming. I think it's very funny. I think it's witty.
It's a hilarious game. Yep.
And it's enjoyable to go through it. I think it has a philosophy that encourages you to fail and rewards you for failing, and I admire that. I admire that it is very unique about how it handles, again, the voices in your head, its stats, and I think that it's also extremely admirable how when it decides to be real with you, it's real in a very mature and brutal way that is uncompromising. And I think all of that is just like you get introduced to that in this setting in a way that you're like, I am charmed by this, and these are people that feel like they're multifaceted, multidimensional, they're real, finding out about Kim, your best buddy cop. And
I fucking love Kim so much.
Right. One of the great, and he's just meant to be someone that exists in this game to make sure that you feel okay making mistakes. That's all he's there to do. He's a function. But you end up being just in love with how much of a bro this character is with you, and at the same time,
and how like tolerant of you he is.
And then going on to have little bits of backstory where you're like, you find out, oh, he's actually a devout, like, believer in the religion of this world and things like that, that just really interestingly open up these characters. I think all of that is extremely admirable.
I think I didn't get it, but there's a route where Kim can leave you, right?
Yes, exactly. And you can
my heart would break. I was like, oh, I am truly hopeless.
There's more than one way in which Kim can leave you, and there's also ways where you can go on your own, or there's even one where Kim is replaced with Kuno.
I couldn't. So so there's like, sorry, not to derail too much here.
Absolutely.
But I always talked about there's a specific breed of, I would say, tough Irish child that I have never seen portrayed in American media. And I think you see them in Britain as well. Just this kind of like foul-mouthed, really angry, hateful child. And Kuno is the first, like, when I saw people really shocked by Kuno, to me, I was like, oh, that's just an Irish delinquent.
That's
like,
a real shit kid, right?
Yeah,
that's not
real shit kid.
That's not a movie kid. That's not a TV kid. That's a real shit kid who's been through real shit and does not care, you know? Yeah. And I think, you know, I was listening to, there's a podcast called Human Can Opener, which is it's almost like 7 or 8 hours. It's so long, but it's 3 big parts where there's a big interview talking to Argo Tulik about the creation of the world and everything. And he describes how Kuno came from this idea of like you being stranded by the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, and you've exhausted all your phone attempts for help, and there's no one around to help you. There's nothing going on because you have a flat tire. And then this kid that lives on a farm nearby walks by, and he's got a tire on a stick, and he's just wheeling it by you. And you're like, hey kid, can you help me? And the kid doesn't give a fuck about your existence. And, and like he kind of describes it in this way where like there's an Estonian kind of expression to it about like, eventually when you have to like chase him and grab him and be like, hey, I need help, I'm stranded, can you help me, you have a tire? And the kid just stares at you and is like, what the fuck does Kuno care? Your life means nothing to him. and just kind of extrapolating that into just this kid that watches the world crumble around him and is just like, yeah, well, I got me mines. What do you got, adult? So
apparently the sequel. No, I can't. I don't remember. I absorbed a lot of disco stuff in the last while. I don't remember where I heard this. The sequel is going to be about Kuno and Kunoette.
So the what was leaked was there was a project that they were working on. That was kind of a secret. It was a secret for a while. And X7 was the name of one of them. It was basically going to be a kind of like standalone DLC kind of bit. And Jamrock Hobo recently got in his email anonymously a video of like what the project was supposed to be. And it was essentially, Kuno and Kuno S going on an adventure to find out essentially like who murdered Kuno's father. And there were some interesting ideas that it had in it. Not to spend too long on this, but it was a really interesting look at like you're controlling both characters together, and they would be able to finish each other's thoughts and conversations. Some of the internalized thoughts from one character would have to be finished with another. They'd be able to change the path of a dialogue tree by like jumping in back and forth. They could hear different things because Kuno S grew up near the sea, so she can hear the sounds of water in the ocean, whereas Kuno hears locusts because he's carrying around a box of locusts, and every time you look into the box, it's a reflection of his mental state. So he might see the locusts in anarchy or creating a society and building each other up. And every time you peer into the box, you don't know what it's going to be. And you don't know what he's going to do with this box,
Here's the thing about like controlling Kuno specifically. And I love Kuno S as well, but I don't know that I want to hear Kuno's 24 voices. I don't know that I could handle that.
Yeah. Well, so you got a preview of it in that video, and it really did sound like basically the inner Kuno voice sounded a lot like it sounded a bit the ancient reptilian brain, kind of like just the feeling of like just maximum confidence, and you hear like multiple, like you hear like a distortion to it of just like this, no, nothing fucks on Kuno, and like the way he thinks about himself in this machismo kind of way. And then you hear the Kuno-esque voice where it's kind of like this sort of like sassy but sharp, sultry, like smoking, kind of cool adult woman.
Right.
And the way she thinks about herself, and you hear her in her voice, and they both sound incredible, but it's just like these two little shit kids running around the city.
Oh, I gotta check that out. Okay,
it was going to be called Locust City. Yeah.
Locust City, fucking awesome name.
Yeah. But
okay,
but like this was a branch off of the question you asked me, which is what I love, and I started describing what I loved, and I said that these are the things I feel like on the surface were appealing to me. But like when it comes down to it, underneath all of that, I feel that this is the most uncompromising piece of art I've seen, like as a game that has just had it when it comes to its values and belief systems and what it wants to say politically, it does not give a fuck to mince words. It does not hold back at all. It is brutal, it is real, and it calls you out for shrinking away from it, for feeling awkward about it, right? It's a game that like is willing to be like, yeah, the first boss you are dealing with is the final boss of racism. You could go handle that. Do you internalize his thought process? It allows you to do that, right? Or even the first version of that, where you run into the lorry driver and he goes, "Welcome to Revachol," and then Kim goes, "Don't you welcome to Revachol me?" And you're like, "What is this about?" And it's like, if you've lived an experience where you've had that type of thing before happen to you, you know exactly what that's about, right? Mm-hmm. And the way that it hits on all of these topics and does not look away, and it holds you to them, right? And it even the ideologies that it hates and the things that it loves, and you can almost feel where the authors are on this. It rips every single one of these political belief structures open and looks at it naked for what it is. And I've never experienced that in this way in anything else. That's what I love about Disco Elysium.
Okay, cool. And I guess like in terms of the world, it's not necessarily like the larger geopolitical stuff that got you. It's more just a world where all these characters could exist.
It is, but there was a point that locked it all in. And that is when you're speaking to Joyce Messier and you realize that you're an insane detective that's going crazy nice and early. You're nuts. And you start asking about what is the world? And this is such an insane question that the person who's really informed and talking to you, the businesswoman, is like, what do you mean, right? And you're like, yeah, what do you mean? And then she starts describing like the idea of floating isolas just drifting away from each other and a pale, gray, unknowable silence in between them. And she's like, yes, actually, that is correct. That is the world. And you're like, wait, what? And you just take for granted the idea that when you play a game or get introduced to a setting that it's happening on a planet, and instead it's in this world that is drifting apart from each other into fucking the second law of thermodynamics, Like, it's such a fascinating way to be like, oh, yeah, like, you are in a dying setting from the start, Okay. I found that so interesting.
Okay. That's really interesting, and I feel like that's going to help inform a lot of this conversation, because I think the first thing I really found, well, no, not the first thing, but one of the things I really found fascinating about this book was this idea that these three guys are obsessed with solving this case from 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the world is literally ending in like two different ways. So in the start, this concept of the pale, and this is the first bit of background research I had to do to like get my head around like what is actually happening here. The world is being engulfed by this physical idea of nothingness. Like the pale absorbs you, and I can't remember specifically what happens. You kind of turn into protoplasm, right?
It's not so much that as it is just like all things begin to fade away, and you lose yourself, and things that are dead can begin to sort of start existing. Frequencies overlap with each other, and the game kind of introduces it as a like all things, all consciousness, all ideas start to lose shape and form from their boundaries with each other. They blend into this nothing, and they begin to fade away.
Yep. So this entire story, well, especially like the later part, is taking place in this era when the Pale is expanding and engulfing everything. And not only that, geopolitics have gotten so bad that we're at the point where nukes are being dropped on major cities. Like, humanity is literally exploding. And these three men don't care, because all that matters to them is solving this case that they're still obsessed with from 20 years ago. And it's like, I had a moment with this, Woolie, that really fucking hit me. And it was like, man, that's so sad for these characters, because they kind of care about this thing that, like, in truth doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And like, you know, the world's ending, and like, that's, you know, it's kind of pathetic and it's kind of sad. And then it's like, wait, that's what it always is.
It's always
like,
personal.
You are always going to obsess about the little personal adventure, the little journey that you're on in your life. Meanwhile, everything around you is collapsing and rebuilding, and like, there's war, there's famine, there's sickness, there's insane, like, rises to power, falls from power. The world is constantly falling apart and rebuilding, and you are in the middle, right in the middle of it. You're a fucking dot, and you are on your own little pointless adventure. But to you, it's everything.
That's it.
And it's like
an ant in the of history.
Right?
But no one cares. But it's your whole life. And so the parallel timelines of these three boys, and basically the summer that froze in time for them, is just, you know, as you're seeing the fast forward to the adulthood, their lives are a mess. They have never moved on. And it is the one question that burns inside all of them. And part of what's happening is, with the Pale as the backdrop, is that the world is forgetting about the existence of these girls. This most formative moment for these three, you know?
So this is like another concept I really had to get my head around. There's this idea in Sacred and Terrible Air of forgotten entities.
Yes. Yeah, the more or less, yeah, exactly. Is
that what they're called? There's a specific name for them.
The specific name is whoops, I just had it there and I lost it because I was making my notes there. Non-entity.
Non-entity.
Yes.
And you're introduced to this kind of idea at the start where, like, there's a bunch of examples. I think the best one is there is a picture, and it's like of an air show, and it's a bunch of people pointing into the sky and waving at the sky, but in the sky is nothing. It's just this big empty strip of sky, because whatever aircraft was there was absorbed by the Pale and now does not exist anymore. Not just like in the present, but retroactively in every photo, in every historical account. It is literally gone from existence. And when I encountered this stuff first, I thought it was like a Big Brother government thing, where it was like the government was erasing these people. And then I realized, no, there's actually... the world itself is physically deleting parts of itself. That's what happens with the Pale. And it gets much more complicated than that later, and like kind of difficult to understand, where it seems somehow this idea of memory loss can also be channeled into a weapon of mass destruction.
Yes, exactly. So the thing with the Pale is that, like, you get a hint at it being a part of the Disco Elysium world, but you're never given a clear answer as to what exactly is causing it. You just know that it is a threatening thing that is separating the Isolos from each other, and it's erasing this world, and it's going to eventually swallow everything. And it is the imminent anthropogenetic catastrophe waiting to unfold, right? And so there is with that, you're left with this kind of like there's the church side mission in Disco where there's a hole in the world, you know, and you're like, what is that? There's something horrifying up there, and you do the little dance party. But that hole in the world, as the camera pans up to it, eventually the city itself starts speaking to you. You know, La Revacholière kicks in and like has that whole bit about how there's a disaster that's going to strike in the future, and like you can still save me, you know, but there's something horrible is coming. And I feel like going to back to this book and learning more about what exactly this pale is, because there's someone who's crossing the pale, like a rider, you know, you meet the pale rider and driver and stuff like that. And this book kind of like examines it a bit more and starts to give you hints as to like what causes it, what it really and truly is, and what it means, you know, when like this is happening in the backdrop, the explosion of the world around you is happening in the backdrop of these three characters trying to solve this childhood mystery, you know, and then it turns out that mystery and like that part is almost like backdrop for another thing happening with, you know, Ziggy and the girls, right?
Yeah, Ziggy, who's basically like the fourth main character, but we'll get to him. But yeah, it's definitely a part of it that like I kept hearing the pale in it, and I had some vague recollection because it's been a while since I played Disco, and then so like I kind of had to like look up a little bit about that, but yeah, so the three characters, you got Jasper, who is like this kind of a little bit withdrawn, but like very charismatic. Is he a fashion designer? No, he's an architect.
Yeah. So and he's the rich one. Jesper is the playboy model. You know, he's living exactly. He's got his big designer life. He's going to expensive parties, and he's got that teenage girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, what is going on there? Right?
So I think she's 19 and he's 27 or something, but they had met 4 years ago, and it's like, oh,
right. And so like we go through that part of it going like, what is up with that, you know? And it's this aspect of, so yeah, if we're talking about Jesper right off the bat, you're like, you know, that's a part. And like, and then not only that, but then like he's in this like insane abusive relationship where he's like, she's leaving and he's trying to get her to stay, and he's lying to her about these horrible things, right? I think that like, so that part of it, you're like, why is this a part of this character and where is this going? And I feel like when you see how insanely self-destructive this character is, and when you see the parts of him where he, as one of the three boys, is representing someone who is like, they're all stuck in some way. He is locked in time to that summer with those girls, and he has never grown up. And in his head, he is still that 13-year-old, and literally to the point of like who he's going to start a relationship with, he's that regressed and fucked up.
Yeah, like who he's attracted to.
Yes. You know, and it's like, oh, that is dark.
Yeah, it's very dark. I would say like this is something I did struggle with the book in terms of like whenever like they are describing the girls, there is so much description about the girls and their bodies and like their like young bodies, and like I understand where it's coming from. Basically, like you made the analogy in your read through, Woolie, where in these like one of their 24 voices is puberty. Yeah. And it's like they can't stop looking at this girls, they can't stop like just examining every inch of their body. And I get it. I still think like it was like just more than I needed. Like it's uncomfortable. But like well beyond the point that it was adding something for me. Like after a while I was like, fucking I get it, you know, like I get it. And I think like there is a bit of a trend in the book where like most like every character except Cohen's mother who's like barely in it is kind of described through their bodies. And I didn't love that aspect of it. It just read as very like dude writing women kind of shit. And that's not to say there wasn't like there wasn't meaning in it, and that it wasn't trying to say something. Like I get what it's trying to say. I get like that it was trying to look at these girls through these boys. But even like even the girl's mother, who they meet in the present, like there's just whole paragraphs about specifically what is happening with her biologically, and to me it just felt a bit like you know, I if there was even one female character who wasn't written like that, I'd be more kind of like tolerant of it. But it just did strike me as sometimes a bit like, I don't love this aspect of it.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree in that, like, you know, so up front, you know, and I've said it in the when we were going through it, but I was like, okay, so one of your protagonists, quote unquote, is someone who is attracted to children. Why is this a part of the book, right? And then there is that aspect that is showing you that, like, oh, this is a lost individual that is heading to self-destruction and oblivion. There's no pulling back from this, right? I think what you're describing as well was also a part that, like, we were like, this is rough every time we go back in the past, and they're just like ogling over, you know, the summer memories with these girls. And I think by the end, like I said, I feel like it became clear that the lens of childhood, you know, puberty, and that's what they were seeing, is why it is like comes across that way. But yeah, I don't disagree with you in that it does go further than you need to make that point. And I also think that, like, with the mother, like, because for the most part the present is like, again, much less rose tinted, much less like A24 films filtered, you know. There is a ruthlessness and like dark rain to like the present. But when they're talking about the mother, the things they're describing about her, I believe, were also signs of the fact that essentially it's like the girls never existed.
Yeah, her body was like
forgetting,
was like retrograding to before she was pregnant with these girls, because the idea at that point is that these girls have actually something to do with the Pale has happened to them, and the world has forgotten about them, and even this woman's body who gave birth to them. So, like, I understood it from that perspective. It was just kind of like, I think I was just like, okay, there is a very specific way women are written in this book, and it just, I think like I would have loved to know more about the girls and their personalities, because they were like vibrant, cool characters. Like, you could see why they were charming, but I would have liked to nearly just experience them a little more in different ways, as opposed to paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs about their bodies and like how they look and stuff, you know?
Agreed.
But like, look, I get it. I understand that there's a purpose behind it. It's just my feelings on it. So then, like, you have Jasper, and yet, like, dude is straight up like in a bad relationship with someone underage. You then have Teresh, and Teresh is honestly like a kind of frightening character when you start to realize what's going on with him. He is also obsessed with these girls and obsessed with his past with them, and he's to the point that he is abusing his power within the police force, and specifically to strap people to this machine called Zaum.
Yes, yeah. So Teresh Mahayek is your kind of like, you know, leader of the bunch, the Leonardo of this group, if you would. And he's an ex-detective. And the machine Zaum, titular for the company, is horrifying. And it is described as this like thing that you are strapped to, and it forces your mind open and reveals your thoughts violently to an observer that wants to know them.
I think that literally involves your own head being cracked open.
Yes.
Because there's this paragraph where they talk about someone's like the membrane of their brain splitting onto the floor. And like it is brutal.
You don't even understand the nature of this weird fictional machine, but it's so just violent in how it works. And when he's trying to pin down what happened to these missing girls that the world has forgotten about, there's like a 2020 special on them once, and then everybody doesn't remember, and he tracks it down to what he believes. When he goes to this jail and he's talking to someone who might have a connection to the murderer. And this is someone who is, and again, when they introduce you, this is someone who's in his own right, Vidkundherd, right? He is a Nazi pedophile, horrible serial killer, just the worst possible existence of a miserable human being, and he straps him into this machine to pull the information out of him, and feels good about doing it because he's that ex-detective, and he's going to get to the bottom of this fucking case if it's the last thing he ever does.
Yeah. And I think like over the course of it as well, I think there's like this subtle undertone, I think, of Khan and Jasper realizing how far gone Teresh is and like the shit he is willing to do. But he like at times he nearly seems like he has it the most together, and then he goes and does the most extreme things, and it was really interesting. And then like the final character is Khan. Inayat Khan, and he is basically this kind of basement dwelling type who still lives with his mother at like age 37 or 30 or whatever he is, and he is a kind of like self-proclaimed expert in like disappearing artifacts. So this phenomenon of people disappearing from history, he's an expert in that. And like that airship I mentioned that disappeared earlier, he has like a Parnanker.
Yeah,
there was a lot of parts of this book where there's like jargon flying around, and I'm like, okay, so Mahayek's prisoner, the philosopher, and also Zygmunt's is this, and like the Harnanker was one of them that it took me a while to be like, okay, that's the ship.
I hear you.
Like a big twist in a conversation would be like, you mean Harnanker?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh fuck, okay, what was that?
I mean, so look, the first session I came in after, the second session I came back thinking that Teresh and Mahayek were two different people. Right.
So, okay, that was so fun. When I read that bit, you were like, so we have 4 main characters. Now I was like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I missed the whole main character.
Totally made the mistakes and learned, But yeah, so with Inayat Khan, exactly. He's the nerd in his mom's basement, and he's the specialist in non-entities and things that are being erased from the world. And so that he's also... so he's got that little bit that can help with like the idea of disappearing things. And what's interesting, an interesting piece of lore about the disappearing things is he has a model of this airship, and the instructions he's given is you have to keep thinking about it, and you have to keep focusing on it a little bit every day to make sure that it stays here. And if you don't, it will start to disappear and eventually be gone. So there's a part of its maintenance of the model airship is to make sure to focus on it, which I found to be very interesting.
That is so cool. Like, that is such an amazing piece of world building, because the actual airship has been absorbed by the Pale, and so you have to like keep this model of it in focus or it's gone. Right.
And that is not a subtle microcosm for the idea of these girls disappearing and the fact that these boys are still thinking about them even though the world and their own mother has moved on, And so it's just so crazy because, like, as a side note, for anyone that's into disco, you have like the fact that when Jesper is like getting into this fight with his girlfriend, and she's from Revachol, right? So that's where Disco Elysium takes place. It's a different continent, but over here they're in Vasa, which is like, you hear about it described, but it's a different place. And he kind of describes, he's like, oh yeah, well, didn't you hear the Revachol's gone anyway? And he kind of just made it up. He didn't really know that was the true, but when he said it, it became true. And it was this very confusing moment of like, how did you know that exactly? And it turns out that like, yeah, the world of disco that we knew in this time frame far into the future just got nuked,
Yeah. So that was a bit I struggled with because Jesper says it and
Yeah.
it's a lie,
Yeah.
and then it's not a lie.
Yeah. She freaks out and goes, "What?" He's like, "Your family's gone anyway." And like she freaks out and goes on the phone to find out, and then suddenly this did happen and is real. And this is one of those moments where you're like, what is happening to the world? Because that came from somewhere inside of him and he didn't know it, but yet he knew it, you know? And I think when it comes to that, like there's a whole big thing we can get into, but like the most important part with like the idea that the setting of Revachol and Disco has been destroyed is it introduces Innocence Ambrosius, right? The Disco Elysium talks about the various innocences, right? These are the Pope of the world. And Dolores Day is like the one with the glowing lungs, you know, holding the apricots. That was like the religious, like, you know, Mary Magdalene figure of this world. And that was long ago. But in this time, in this setting, the final innocence, the final Pope, Ambrosius, is just here for nihilism. And their role to play in this world is that of its ender. And basically, they have a following group of fascist nihilists that are all about the end of all things, and they're committed to just speeding that process up. And that's what ends up being the cause of the destruction of Revachol, you know? And I not to try to you know, swerve off, but I think that there's a crucial part of this story that is what a lot of this is based around that we haven't touched on yet. And I kind of was thinking of like the different political journeys you can go on in Disco Elysium. And I kind of think like the conclusions of like where this goes relates, if I can touch on that for a sec. So, you know, you have the world of Disco Elysium and in this setting as well. You've got your fascism, right? And that is clearly a system of, it is built on zero compassion for your fellow man. It's built on fear, and it's quite clear and obvious where it has contempt for life. And so the flaws of this thought process are obvious, but yet you can still go on this journey and see that, right? Ultraliberalism, the same thing, right? There is a fear of being inferior to others. There's lack of compassion for your fellow human beings, and the flaws in this structure are also obvious. And then there's the moralism, which is incremental progress, right? The idea of, you know, like keep everything the same, don't worry about it. That's the moral intern in this world. And it's performative. It feels like things are like have a concern for your fellow man, but they don't. It's false, right? It's all about the price stabilité, la prix stabilité, the keeping the money where it is and not fucking up the markets, right? And then the world of Disco talks about communism. And what does it say about communism? It says it smells like failure, right? It describes it as something where, yes, there's the idea that, you know, you have these movements in Krasmazov, who is the Marx of this world, and it goes to pained lengths to describe you how these attempts at getting people to march together have always resulted in failure. And it takes these brutal moments where if you roll the check that passes, you will find out that who are those bodies against the wall, right? There's some bullets in that wall. What happened there? And you're like, oh, I think I know what happened there. I think communism happened there, right? And you're like, but what's at the root of this? But does this appear to be as is this comparable to these other thought processes? And it's like, not exactly, because deep down inside this, there is something that is a compassionate thing for your fellow mankind, but human nature gets in the way, you know? And so when it gets introduced in this world, it brings up Ziggy, who is this fifth extra character that is the ultimate nihilist, a child born in nihilism. And it describes nihilism and communism as a hair's breadth apart from each other, right? And so what I think Sacred and Terrible Air ends up being about is the final secret fifth thought process, nihilism, when you give up on any of your ideals coming to fruition, when you give up on the world in a way, and you have that moment where he's walking through the Pale talking to the ghost of living communism, the nihilist kid, you know, and he basically says something to the effect of, if your way, which is nihilism, if my way, communism, doesn't work out, then your way is second best, which is, if the world doesn't accept what I want, then it might as well not exist. And it's this really, it shows you someone at the end of their rope when they're like, I tried to have us unite together as comrades, but people wouldn't do it, so fuck the whole thing, I give up and I quit. And that makes so much sense to me when you think about, like, these kids growing up in Estonia, in a world where the politics has crushed them. We're growing up in Eastern Europe in poverty, and where like gangsters and literal mobsters step in to fund this project, and like that's the only way to move forward. I think that like watching people around them just give up and become nihilist is the erasure of your identity and all things, and that becomes the pure Pale, the thing that is the final state you get to when you just want to end it all. You know? Does that kind of make sense in a way?
Oh no, that makes sense. And like I think that's like so that is definitely not like the reading I came away with, but I absolutely see it, and I think that is a genuinely like great interpretation of that work. I can tell like you've been stewing on this one, and I think that's no, like, and like it's awesome, you know, because like one thing I would say about this book is like while I did struggle with it at parts, I have thought about it like constantly since I read it. And like it's interesting talking to you about it because I nearly feel like you're further down the skill tree. You know, you've been playing this for longer and you've been breaking it down. But that is, I think, I 100% think that that's what this book is about. And while I think like maybe some of those broader themes, like they didn't hit me on a first reading, there is a chapter of this book that hit me like an absolute shotgun blast to the chest. Do you have any idea what chapter I'm going to say?
Could it perhaps be, I'm going to guess perhaps František the Brave?
Chapter 13. Chemical Marriage.
Chemical Marriage, yes.
So the František the Brave chapter was cool as well because it's about this glorious hero who just ends up getting kind of dragged behind the van and shot, and it's like, oh shit,
there goes fascism.
Yep. But
Chemical Marriage is a he's a
marriage.
A wordsmith. He's a wordsmith with the description.
So that is the thing. Like, so another reason I kind of struggled with this a little bit is just because, like, Kurvitz, he writes in such stylistic prose. Like, there is a poetry to how this man writes, and at times I found it frustrating because it's like, look, just what is the fucking plot of this scene? And at times it was some of the most stunning writing I have ever experienced, and the culmination of everything that I loved about this book is chapter 13. Mm-hmm. And chapter 13 is, you essentially, at this point, you've kind of seen a lot of the past and you've seen a lot of the present. And I would say you're still, maybe not like intellectually, but emotionally not quite getting why these grown men are still obsessed with these girls. It was like, okay, it was like young love, you know, it was like and chapter 13, I feel like, is the moment where the past and the present meet because you see these young boys basically grow into the men that they later become in this single chapter. And the kind of turning point for their growth, their evolution, is this one night when the girls basically say to them, hey, listen, what's the name of the drug, Woolie? The
cherry wine, right?
The cherry wine. Is that, and so they take this drug and it's known as chemical marriage. Mm-hmm. Or as Woolie said it in his reading, chemical romance. I thought that was cute. And they end up having this like psychedelic night with these girls, and they kind of all pair off and spend time with, like, you know, their kind of beloved, and they kind of float in and out of consciousness and the ether, and it's incredibly surreal.
Yeah, they're on speed.
Yeah, mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, man, it's such an intense read, but there's this the center of it all for me comes in this description. And I think at one point, one of the boys, I think it's Teresh, goes out into the sea and surfs a little bit during this happening. And they just
Jesper.
And Jesper goes out, and it describes the process of basically catching a wave and being caught in its tube. You know, basically the thing that every surfer strives to do, catching a massive wave and being caught in, like, sorry, I don't know the term, but the tunnel that a wave creates.
Absolutely.
And it's this moment where all exterior senses are cut out, and it's just you and nearly complete silence except for the rushing water, and all you see around you is water. Nothing else exists. Your senses are purely focused on maintaining balance and just being present in the middle of this moment as you surf through the center of this wave. And behind you, the wave is collapsing, and in front of you, the wave is opening up, and you are in this exact present. And that's the only place you can be. Yeah. And it cannot last. Like, something like that does not exist for long. It only exists for this couple of seconds you're in it. And then you expand that outwards. And it's like, that is what this moment with the chemical marriage is for these characters. It is this perfect moment where they are all entirely in the present, falling in love with these girls, like having this existential journey with them. And it can only be for this one night, because after this is the last time the girls see them. And after that, it's gone. And it fucks me up, Woolie, because something I really believe about humans is that I think most of us have like 4 or 5 of those experiences over the course of our lives. And we are forever trying to recreate them.
I mean, that's real shit. And I feel like knowing that and seeing how these characters act as adults, where every moment afterwards is an echo and an after image of this one perfect night. It's no wonder that they're just shadows of themselves, you know? Like, they're adults, but are they, you know? And the way it describes too, like the perfect high that that they experience, because Inayat Khan in particular is the one that like actually has like this relationship with Melin, one of the girls, and like they actually get pretty close, and you know, like everyone's kind of like cozying up to each other, but like they really hit it off. And it describes this moment of like she kind of falls into this cherry speed K-hole almost, and inside it's this crazy moment where like it's the drugs, it's the emotion, it's the moment, and like there's a feeling of like pale that like starts to originate inside of her as she lets go of everything. And that moment as well, it seems possible that that could have been the beginning of her like desire to seek out a feeling of pale and nihilism. Because from that point forward, we know right after that like there's this relationship with Ziggy that we start to find out about, but we don't really know when or why that happened. It happens off camera, you know? And then the idea that there would be like, they would go so far as to want to be forgotten, you know what I mean? Is it's a crazy idea that is connected to, I think, that one night, the chemical marriage.
I think they call it the homunculus inside her. Like that's the okay, interesting.
And I think Ziggy being the embodiment of nihilism becomes the most attractive thing. And I think after that, the only thing more attractive is to just become one with the pale, you know?
Gotcha. Okay. That's interesting. So now what I would say, chapter 13 for me was like the highlight. Like that is the point that I love this book. After that point, things get very surreal and very like swimmy, and I really struggled to grasp onto a lot of what was going on then.
Okay.
And like, you know, you have kind of a lot of this stuff where like, you know, Ziggy becomes much more a main character, and those conversations he has with the embodiment of communism, was it? No, fascism.
No, the embodiment of communism, exactly. Like, he's accompanied by the ghost of Krasmazov's right-hand man, Ignis, right? A true old ghost of a communist, essentially. And because what happens is Ziggy is like, he is someone who like essentially like he's this weird other boy that you don't know anything about, and he skips classes, and he's this dangerous kid, and he's a nihilist, and he eventually he's also as obsessed with these girls, but you kind of are only finding out in bits and pieces. And as he decides to, whereas they go on, the three boys go on this quest to find out who murdered them, what happened, etc., Ziggy decides to fake his death and get on a machine and sail past the fog of war into the pale, into the abyss as the world is ending. And by having so much nihilism inside, he's actually able to withstand it and not be erased, because it's like he's a part of it already, you know? And because the pale is a place where the dead and the living and all things just kind of come together, not the living, rather, the dead and all sorts of ghosts and ideas, the ghost of communism, who's like right next to nihilism, comes through and is walking with him, and they have these conversations, and that's where they talk about, you know, the thing I mentioned, you know, about you know, your way is second best if true communism doesn't work. Another interesting thing about that conversation is and what's so cool, because it's very subtle about it, when Ziggy is describing the idea of, like, you know, the amount of destruction that the communist army caused and the people, right, that suffered, whereas they were compared to what they were trying for. And you see this moment where Ignis, the ghost, is like, he's saying, no, it was out of love, right? And he has this moment where he's describing true love for his comrades and for his fellow men, and the equality and the ability for everyone to live a better life together. And in this brief moment, for 1 second, the pale retreats, and a little bit of color comes back to the world for 1 second. And then Ziggy goes, yeah, but what about the 12,000 bodies you put on spikes? And it's like, oh no. And it all just is like, no, yeah, those bodies though, you know? And but there's a moment where you're like, oh fuck, there's something here, you know? That's a little thing that just, they glass right over it, you know? But I saw that and went, fuck me.
Yeah, that's
you know,
strong. That's real strong. From there, like, I'd say, like, there's kind of, you know, there's late game revelations and stuff, and especially, like, it kind of seems like Khan and Jesper, like, betray Teresh.
Yeah.
But then there's like there's like an implication that maybe there's a deeper plan, and then the book kind of sort of ends without you getting any real answers about what's definitely happening with the girls. Now, there's a lot you can intuit, especially around the idea of the Pale and Ziggy, but I think when it ended, it was a real, are you fucking serious moment for me. I was kind of pissed. Kind of pissed at you, Woolie. I was kind of like, God damn. But, like, I have my problems with the book, and, like, there's kind of parts of it that I definitely struggled with, but I think how everything came together in that chapter 13, that was some powerful fucking shit for me. You know, because, like, I remember being that age, and, like, I don't know, how messy were your teenage years, Woolie?
Well, I spent a lot of them in church, so define mess. If by structured and organized, but beyond my control, then yeah, that qualifies.
So I would say when I was about 14, there was a death in my family that hit everyone very hard, and it kind of meant that I guess I wasn't being watched like I should have. And I proceeded to have a very, very messy year. I got really into drugs. I got really into drinking. I got really into being with different people who, like, I shouldn't have been. And it was like, I remember one night, like, I was out and I drank like half a bottle of vodka and, like, smashed my head open, and I had to get carried home, and it was like it was a disaster. That was Mother's Day. It was like a really, really bad time. Okay. But I guess reading, like, that chapter, Chemical Marriage, there was so much in that it was like, yeah, that was like the high point of living like that, and that is something that stays with you for a long time afterwards. and it took me a long time to try and stop recreating those memories.
Okay.
Despite how bad they were. And something about that entire chapter just hits so true.
Yeah. I mean, if I can echo that moment, right? There's two cool things I that I loved, moments in this book that stood out to me. And like what you're describing is a nice one, and there's a cool echo of it that I really enjoyed, which is there's a bit of a side quest at one point that the boys go on, where they go to a part of the country where the pale is starting to fade in. It's a distant city, and people are trying to get on trains and cars to get out of town, and they decide to go in further towards the pale because they have to make it to find this kid called the Self Chiller, right? And the Self Chiller is a DJ that plays his music with pale into it. And he's connected to it in a way that other people aren't. And he's able to locate people within it. And if you're within it, that means you're dead. So they go to him and go, can you find the girls in the pale, you know? And when they first approach him, they walk in and he's playing a set throughout all of essentially eternity, because it's echoing into all of existence and hitting a moment where Krasmazov, the Karl Marx of this world, is like it went through some shit and basically blew his brains out at the end of his life. And the moment that you hear about it in Disco Elysium, he's playing this, the sounds of his set are feeding into this moment of despair that character is going through, where it back in the past, he can hear the music for some reason as he's beginning to like line up the shot. And the echo of that as he drops the beat is this crazy, insane moment where like history and time are all kind of coming together, and they're just showing you this dude who's like using music to like examine history in a way. And he finds that like, oh, the girls are not in the pale somewhere, and so that must mean something. And he's so committed to this idea, and like he hits this peak that he's like, I'm gonna stay here while the pale erases us. It's fine, I told you what you needed to, now get out of here. And so they hightail it out of there, get in the car, and the lorry drive back. And as they're doing so, the tunnel opens up and the pale is collapsing behind them as it's opening before them to get back to civilization, you know? So they hit that same kind of surfing tunnel for that brief moment.
That's so cool.
It's really interesting. Yeah. And then I guess there's one other little thing I just thought was like, of the times, apropos, is there's a moment where they describe, you know, that super serial killer Nazi from earlier, and just how, you know, he is, again, like, it is unbelievable how much of a monster this, like, he's like not apologetic for being like a child abuser and all these things. And it describes how there's a director who films his story and puts it out as a documentary to show the world, you know, about this guy. And Vidkundherd, you know, is in theaters. And suddenly there's this movement of like weird young, like angry, like fascists that are like rising up, that are like, actually he's spitting bars, he's speaking truth, and everything he's saying is awesome. And the director is like, wait, what? No, that's not what's happening at all. And they're like, the way that the director cut the movie, he's like, didn't you get it? I was being ironic. I was showing you how horrible he is, and you were supposed to see the irony in the way that I told his story to realize this is a bad guy. But they're like, no, this dude's awesome, and he's spitting so much truth that he lost his mind and went crazy. And like the idea that it's like, you're expecting the audience to like read into something because you were being ironic about this, you were skirting with the fascist, you know, in a way where you thought the audience would tell that you know that like, oh, this is horrible, and instead they actually bought in because it's much simpler than that. What you presented is what the audience took out of it. And I'm like, ooh, that's way too real, right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of
That's
Starship Troopers. There's a little bit
of Rorschach.
There's a little bit of Tyler Durden. You know, would you like to know more? To the idea of like, oh, the audience is going to get it. I'm being so witty. And you're like, are you? Or is it level 1? And level 1 is just the truth because that's the message they got. You know, I thought that was a really funny a moment of talking about misinterpretation of what the artist's intent was.
Definitely. Final thoughts, Woolie.
Yeah, I the difficulty of it is, you know, I think it's clear and it's obvious, but I also think that as a companion piece to Disco, I really enjoyed visiting these characters in this world, discovering a little bit more about it, and like there's little echoes of things that are, you know, it's not just like nihilism, we give up and that's the end of all things. It's this idea that you know, even if you know that all things are going to fade and everything eventually is gone, there are these moments that you can remember and they meant something when they happened. And I think that's a really strong takeaway. And I think that, you know, there's even these little pieces where there's hints that kind of get at the idea that like the character we play in Disco in Revachol might have the same abilities as the Innocences and might have the ability to change that future somehow. And like, it is an interesting thought that like, oh, that would be a somewhat hopeful thing to kind of end the note on. But more important than all of that is just, the final belief set being nihilism. And that's something that can be so all encompassing. To find something to care about beyond that is very, very difficult. It's brutal. It's a struggle, but it's still worth it, you know? And that being a companion piece to what I loved about Disco Elysium made this journey, I think, worth going on.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think like everything you said is correct. Like it is a great companion piece to Disco Elysium. I would also say like, look, even if you haven't played Disco, first of all, you should just go do that. Like I think Disco Elysium is a game that I would just give a universal recommendation to pretty much anyone too. I think that it's going to take some people an attempt or two to start to vibe with it. Like it's a difficult game to understand at first, but my God, is it so worth it. But even if like you haven't read Disco and you like the sound of what we're talking about, it is a really fascinating book. And like I have thought about it constantly since I finished it. And I think for me, like, again, just that core message of becoming trapped in this memory that when you were entirely in the present and everything else kind of collapsing around that is a really beautiful message and one of the best portrays of that I've ever seen. Like, to me, one of the reasons I love Silent Hill is because, to me, like, my personal interpretation of Silent Hill is kind of about the same thing.
Yeah.
The first 3 Silent Hill games specifically are all about, like, kind of returning to this past that in some ways never was, or in some ways was more perfect than you remember, or this kind of does that as well. It's like that perfect moment that destroys you.
That's it.
And I think that's some powerful shit to write about.
And you know, going hand in hand is that idea where, again, from listening to further discussion about this, where to some end, you know, the nihilism, the giving up, but also the nature of the Pale itself being something that is like, you must think about the moment in order for it to exist. And when you cease thinking about it, it is swallowed, right, by the sacred and terrible air. That is what the Pale is, you know? It's horrifying to think of it being forgotten, but it is also like there's something like spiritual about it. It's the idea that you're kind of referring to this erasure, you know, of as something that you have to respect it, you know. But I think it has a depressing tone to it, and I say that, like, you know, if you're familiar with Disco's level of being depressing, they both have something in common where it's like it gets so depressing that it's funny. You know,
yep.
Like the way that Harry, like, you know, calling, still calling, you know, or see you again tomorrow night. It gets so painful that there's nothing else to do but laugh is a signature of this series. So, all right.
That's a signature of this series. But let me tell you, about a signature of this podcast. It's the Pantheon of Greatness, Woolie.
So it sounds like you struggled with, some of this, and while, I have a lot of love for the best bits of it and want people to experience those, I also am very, very clear-eyed and, like, I agree with you about the parts that were rough, the parts that were difficult to process. And this is, again, a fan translation of an Estonian short story, that was like, kind of the beginning of the journey into this world, right? I think Disco is a refined take on a lot of some of the things that the mistakes in narrative, perhaps, but where it goes, I think you would probably land a little lower than I would. So tell me where you feel.
I think so. I think I was less hot on this book than you, but also I did get a lot out of it. And so with that, I think right above Sexy Hiking, right below every Leprechaun movie is kind of where we're looking. Anyway, Invincible, Woolie, how you feel?
Yeah. Leprechaun was fun. Yeah.
Like, you know what I'll say, Woolie? Bit of a downer, and Leprechaun made me happy. So, there you go.
And good feelings are good, and bad feelings are bad.
I always say that. Okay. Does it be... Okay, I'm just gonna write up the list here, and I'll stop when it starts to get sticky. Beat Silent Hill Ascension, Omicron, Missing a Fighting Game, Sexy Hiking, Every Leprechaun, Cyber 6, Police Knots, Fear and Hunger, Caribbean Food, Wind Peak Season 1, Darkest Dungeon 2. So again, it just because you were so lukewarm on Twin Peaks, I think our mutual feeling on this book is higher than that. Obviously, Twin Peaks is one of my favorite pieces of media ever. Anyway, Darkest Dungeon 2, Hunter x Hunter, Kaiji, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1. I think we're still going. Vinland Saga Season 1. I think we're still going. Starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, I think that's going to come down to you. Like, do you think myself and yourself's median level of enjoyment for starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is greater than or worse than Sacred and Terrible Air?
I don't. And in fact, you went further than I thought.
Oh, yeah? No, so just to be clear, Woolie, I have my criticisms, and personally, there's just some stuff about the book that, was difficult for me to connect to. I still thought this was some powerful fucking shit. I'm really glad I read this.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely go beneath starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
So where would you land it?
That's not a bad place. I guess I was thinking a little bit earlier initially. I was kind of going maybe above Darkest Dungeon 2. But I did thoroughly enjoy a lot of what you're describing. And there's more that we didn't get into, of course, because there's a little bit of time here. But for everything that it encapsulates as a companion piece, to Disco especially, I think it's stronger. So yeah, that's not a bad place for it. I think we can take that.
Okay, cool. Which means it is our new number 11, Sacred and Terrible Air. And number 11, look, at this point, we have 26 entries on this list, and the top 10 is a fucking killer's row.
Yes.
The top 10 is starring Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Legend of the Galactic Heroes up to episode 15, Kill 6 Billion Demons, Duck Upon Kingdom, Earthbound, Starting Boxing, Roman Reigns, The Vengeance Trilogy, Kendrick Lamar, and The Shibuya Incident.
With Berserk sitting in the throne of heaven.
Berserk sitting in the throne of heaven, where it will remain untouched
now,
for all time.
It is funny because, this is the first true book that's a part of this book club. But
I'm last.
I admit that I understand that in this media podcast, some folks might struggle to like get through this one. It's not an easy ask, you know, but thank you for doing it.
But even as someone like even that's not a reason not for us to do books. I can still read. It's just it comes with its complications, and when it's worth it for a book like this, awesome. I will say that if people enjoyed this book, there's another book that I really love called The Virgin Suicides.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it on the list of influences for this book, but it is very similar. It's about this small town in America, and it's about this family of beautiful sisters, and everyone's like obsessed with them, and then they all just kill themselves. And it's about why they did that and what happens. And amazing book. I haven't read it in a good long time now, but I loved it, and there was parts of Sacred and Terrible Air that echoed it. Woolie, feeling good? Feeling in.
John, I am so lonely.
Yes! Do you see,
all
Woolie?
the other
Do you
Viltrumites
see
are scared of me?
Why I needed to talk
No one
about
talks
this?
to me. No one wants to be my friend.
Do we just want to go straight into? Do we just want to go straight into the Conquest episode? Can we just start there? Woolie, I watched that episode, and that was literally the episode where I was like, oh, I need to talk to Woolie about this. I need so badly to talk to my friend Woolie about this.
So it turns out, I caught all the way up, you know, seasons 2 and 3. I had watched Invincible season 1, and I had thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was very good, and I think huge shout outs to, you know, Stephen Yuen and Sandra Oh and J.K. Simmons and Walton Goggins, Seth Rogen.
I only caught that today, Walton Goggins. Yeah. I did not know that was Cecil.
The Goggins.
I was refreshing it today, and I was like, what? But yeah.
And I was like, why does this old guy sound so young? And it's like, oh, that's why. Okay. Yes, he's way younger as a voice than, you know, he looks with his gray hair and balding face, you know? That was it's interesting because like going through it, I haven't read the comic, you know, but I had been recommended it a long time ago, and I never got around to it. But just watching this, it was like, it was great, and it was a nice little like, let's do a superhero story. But I remember Ben the day of being like, there's a time when it was like, what if evil Superman, you know? And there's a couple different versions of that, and you had like, what if Russian Superman, Red Sun, and all these different.
So
things.
To me, that's it. To me, what if evil Superman is Red Sun, and then everyone should have stopped. It's like, oh, come on, that's fucking awesome. But now that said, you know, we'll get into it all, but like the initial kickoff with this story is you have Mark, Invincible, teenage kid. His superhero powers have just awakened, and his dad is Superman. His dad is Omni-Man, the greatest hero in the world, leader of the Seven, who are like, you know, the Justice League. And I was fucking bored to tears for that first episode. I was like, I don't need another superhero show.
Yeah.
And then you hit the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And Omni-Man fucking
murders the Justice League.
Violently murders the Justice League in one of the most brutal, and then pretends like he didn't do it.
Yeah. And I think that's where the signature of the show comes out, where you're like, okay, your angle is ultra violence, like Mortal Kombat level gore, unfiltered and brutal.
Like there's a character called Multiplicity, and her whole deal, Multi-Kate, sorry. Her whole deal is that she can multiply. And
sorry, God, duplicate.
And
her brother is Multi-Paul.
Multi-Paul. I see. I always remember Multi-Paul.
Yeah. Duplicate. Yeah.
But her whole deal is she can just multiply. And when she does, she's a normal person, but she can just send endless clones of herself to death. And I'd say at this point, I've probably seen Duplicate disemboweled about 30 different times.
Horrifying. Yeah, and then there's a moment in particular that fucking annihilated me. With the way this whole thing sort of starts out, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's how we're going with this story. Okay, there's your twist. I remember the era of when like comic books were being like subversive about this stuff. And I remember when, reading like Kick-Ass or even like Wanted, the comic book series back in the day and all these things. I remember that it's like, okay, yeah, the idea of the person writing this comic book also having the power superhero fantasy of like, the idea of like, what if I had a secret identity, and they introduce some of the friends, and you get the Guardians of the Globe and Adam Eve, who's great, right? Adam Eve is a lot of fun. But then there's just,
Her Joe Rogan dad.
Yeah, but then there's just this underlying bit where it's like, you've got your FSA, your basic like CIA type, intelligence, your Nick Fury. That's going to represent the governments and the world and the tech and the spies that are keeping an eye on all these superheroes and what's going on with them. But the overall first season does just a good job kind of introducing and setting up all the players. And I would say that like, there's little homages to like Hellboy and, there's kaijus and the Mauler twins. It's a lot of fun. There's
a very clear love of Western comic books in this show. Like it's full of homages and it's kind of full of everything. It's never overbearing to me. Like I never felt like the show was nudging me in the ribs and being like, this right,
But there's a fun thing they do where, like, for example, there's an alien invasion from this group called the Flaxons, and they come through time, they attack, the city, and they get beat by a really low rent group of superheroes, and they're not that strong, but they came with guns and stuff. And then like a few days later, they come through a portal again and they attack but now they have like tanks and better tech and everything. And you kind of learn that like they experience time completely differently in their reality. And it has been decades since their first invasion. And now they mounted up a stronger offense to come through. And like what is a couple days for humans is just like a lifetime for them. And so they beat them, but it's much tougher the second time. And so when they come through again the third time, one of the random grunts is like become a general with a scar on his eye. And, and it's all happened like over a weekend. But this time around, the threat has escalated to the point where Omni-Man, the Superman of this world, Mark's dad, is like, yeah, all right, fuck this. And he goes through the portal and just levels a planet, and he comes back and like, when he levels the planet to make sure this threat does not have a chance to come back in a couple days and escalate even further, he has a very key moment where he says, Earth is not yours to conquer. And it's like a, whoa, But yeah, this season, of course, has the big culmination of the moment where it's like, all right, Superman, what's your deal? Kal-El was not sent to Earth to save it or to survive. He was sent to dominate it for the Viltrumite Empire. And think, Mark, think! Do you see what they need to do to emulate a fraction of our power? He basically is beating his son, who's also a Superboy.
Yeah, this scene became like memed to death.
Yeah. Because
and there's a scene from it I love, and like it makes me laugh every time I see it, like memes. But like there's that bit where like Omni-Man has Mark on the ground and he's punching them, and he's like, "What's 18 more years?" And he's like just talking about having another kid.
Yep.
Because fuck it, fucked it. And it's like it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's such a fun scene.
Yeah, Superman's had a lifetime of dominating other planets, and he's just like, look, you are my son. You're better than you're a Saiyan. You're a Saiyan. It's your job to conquer this planet. Yep. What do you mean you don't want to?
There's and like you start to realize how inhuman he is. Like one of the most brutal parts of it isn't like anything horrifying that happens. Or like there's a lot like he literally grabs Mark's face and rampages through a city, like smashing Mark into humans and making them explode.
The train scene became a Mortal Kombat fatality. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a bit where Mark's like, "Didn't you love Mom?" And he's like, "I loved her. I loved her like a pet.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, that is brutal. That is brutal. And I think, like, you know, shout outs to the production in the sense that, like, I'm not sure what the original script was, but I think they realized, they're like, yo, we've got Sandra Oh, who's a very good actor, and, like, the role of the mom feels like it could have been much smaller, but she's given a lot of scenes to just drink and crash out, you know? Yeah. And I think because they're like, we've got a really good actor, why don't we just use that to our ability, you know? So she coming to terms with that being her relationship is like what the next 2 seasons end up being about for her, is just, I was a pet, you know?
Yeah.
It's brutal. It's brutal. And but the thing is that somewhere deep down inside, he does feel something, and he's like, oh, fuck this. And he leaves, you know? And so that's where I left off with the story. And so when season 2 starts out and we're looking at multiverses, I'm immediately like, oh no, oh God, where are we going? Because I don't trust a multiverse immediately. I need to know where we're going with this.
So I do have a thing at this point, and this is unfair, but this is kind of my gut reaction to it a lot of time. When we hit the point that we're messing with multiverses or timelines in an already established plot or story, unless that's like seeded from the beginning, but when we hit that, I'm kind of like, so we run out of ideas, huh?
So we gave up. Yep. Because the problem is, of course, is that if the stakes don't matter in these settings, by expanding it to be infinitely fourth dimensional or fifth dimensional, then why even care about any of this, right? You run the risk of expanding out your setting too large to make things that characters do matter. So you have to be very careful about that. As you said, when it's part of the setting from the jump, you know, I think like Rick and Morty, for example, is all about insane fuckery with multi-dimensions.
Yeah, totally.
So that's par for the course. But I was like very worried when I saw it introduced here. And I think they do it but they handle it responsibly.
Here's the thing about Invincible, and it's something I actually find really hard to pin down. There's no one character in Invincible that I love, with the possible exception of Conquest. But there's something about this show where it has a way of taking a very worn character trope or a very worn like story narrative or scenario and writing it in a way that it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a reasonably fresh take on it, and it makes you give a shit every time. Like the time-traveling alien shit earlier. That's like 1 episode or something, isn't it?
It is.
It's like the idea comes, it doesn't overstay, and it's done. And then you move on to the next thing.
Sure do. And I can't believe those words came out of your mouth saying, you know, I don't particularly love any one character except Conquest, as if you and me both didn't watch Anissa come down from the skies, John.
Oh, okay, look, there now.
Who the fuck do you think you're kidding?
Look, I
Did you see her, though? Oh, man. Yeah.
Mark's so lucky.
I saw artwork of her in the comics a while ago because people would constantly be like, Woolie, have you read Invincible, though? And just be like, take a look at this character.
So,
and I'd be
Woolie,
like, noted.
If I could just pause for one moment, are you aware of anything that happens with Anissa post-anime?
No, just the show.
Okay, so I am going to just highlight the fact that anything me and Woolie say about Anissa are entirely tied to the animation and nothing that may happen thereafter.
Oh, shit. Okay. Do you know or have you read further ahead?
I have not read. I just saw a TikTok once that made me like, wait, what?
I see.
And then I was so unsure that it couldn't be true.
Okay.
That I like did some wiki diving and. Okay.
All right. Because every once in a while, I told you, people, you know, sometimes you encounter something that you didn't want to see, or some people are not thinking too well. But you know, sometimes you see shit. Like I saw a panel the other day of like, of guts just slashing through Griffith, and it was like, and it was really well drawn, and it was just like a meme of just like when Berserk finally ends, when I'm in my 70s, and it's just a panel of that slash like happening, and just someone going ah, and like the Guts theme playing over it. Whoa. So sometimes you see things you don't mean to see, and I get that, but I question it. All right, I don't know anything about anything, so leave that be where it may.
So with that qualifier in place,
yes,
goddamn that Anissa in this specific part of the story, and certainly no later. Well, if for a moment we could just
yes.
Okay.
I also appreciate how matter of fact she is about everything.
Yes,
she's one of those people that's just like it's just like, don't you see that like allowing us to conquer is like the more peaceful solution?
She's right, and it's just kind of right.
Oh man,
So
hand on the neck.
This has basically been me and Woolie howling like two cartoon wolves for the last 3 minutes. Anissa is this Viltrumite woman who descends from space. And like one thing I love about Invincible, it sometimes does not wait for one storyline really to be over before dropping a wealth of shit on Mark. Like Mark's like a fun character, and like he's a likable dude. He's like pretty normal. Like there's nothing too noteworthy about his character besides the fact that he is invincible, except that he goes through mountains of shit. And so basically he is barely done with one fight before Anissa descends from the sky, and she's this powerful built Viltrumite woman who beats the fuck out of him and is just brutal.
No, like what if after Raditz, Goku came home and opened his door, and Vegeta and Nappa had their arm around Chi-Chi, like, hey Goku, let's talk, Oh man. So no, but season 2, right? So yeah, the multiverse part of that is introduced for a very good reason, because Angstrom is a great, I think, character that at first I was like, what are we doing? Why? And then I kind of was like, oh, I like what you're doing here. I get it, right? Angstrom jumping through different realities, seeing how the Viltrumite domination of Earth happens, and most of them, and an evil Invincible is such a sinister thing, because he's like being horrible, but it's still Steven Yeun being like, hey guys, just give up. It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. And he's being like lighthearted about it, But I love
imagine if Sonic the Hedgehog was a fascist.
Right. Exactly.
That dude comes across.
Exactly, But I love how the way that this character, this villain that creates his own origin, is someone who basically does it because he's like, I won't have my utopia built on blood. And there's a moment where he could let Invincible get beat, but he said, and die, and he's like, well, maybe we don't. But like he sees that and thinks that like this might be the Minority Report. This might be the orphan in the basement in Omelas, and he's like, I don't want my perfect world that I'm about to create to have a blood stain be the way it's made. So he gives up on that, but also, but it creates the problems for him later on. I think that's like an interesting way to start things out. I like that, like, every once in a while, the narration just goes to Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman, being like, and so our two protagonists are making love, let's cut away. Meanwhile, out here, Alan the alien is hanging out.
Yeah, and, like, here's the thing, like, with, like, say, Alan the alien and stuff, like, I just think there's a lot of really fun characters in this.
Yeah,
like, I love Robot. So there's a character, and he's just called Robot, and he grows a fetus body for himself to become human in, and he gets in a romantic relationship with Monster Girl, who's this woman who has the power to basically transform into the Incredible Hulk, but every time she does, it knocks off a few days, and so she's at the point now where she's a fully grown woman who looks like a 12-year-old girl.
Benjamin Button syndrome.
Yep. and she's so fucking pissed about it.
Yeah.
And she is a great character. She is so fun.
A lot of fun there. I think that there's something really funny about, like, you know, after we see Omni-Man take off and you're like, where the fuck did he go? I expect that to come back. I'm like honestly setting up for the idea of Omni-Man being something that drops 3 seasons from now. And we get ripped right to it when they land on the fucking alien planet and Mark gets pulled away. And you're like, not only is he out here, but you're doing that thing where we're like, oh no, he's peaceful.
Yeah. It's like, hey,
you're complicating it.
Remember your nightmare fascist Superman dad who basically used you as a club to kill an entire city? He's actually gone to this planet over here, and he's pretty chill now. And he has an alien bug wife and a little alien bug kid, and that kid's your half brother.
And he's not a coward because he banged a grasshopper and he's making out with it. You know?
Yeah.
And you know what? That grasshopper passes the Harkness test. Are you familiar?
Wait, no.
Okay, so the Harkness test is named for the character Jack Harkness from Torchwood, a spin-off Doctor Who show. And essentially, Jack Harkness is a character who goes through different worlds and settings and meets a whole lot of aliens. And if he's attracted to one, there's a decision you have to make, which is, can I bang this alien? And that we have a mutual attraction for each other. And so you have to ask yourself a couple of questions. And so he asks, 1, does the character have human intelligence or greater? 2, can it talk or otherwise communicate with language? And 3, is it of sexual maturity for its species? And if the answer to all these questions is in the affirmative, you can bang that alien. And that's the Harkness test.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it sexually mature ... for its species?
Yes. Yes, and it's like, yeah, I mean, this grasshopper lady is she's out there.
Let 1,000 blossoms bloom, I guess, you know. Okay.
I didn't invent it, you know.
Yeah, sure. I know. But wow, I've never heard of that before.
And so when you see Omni-Man making out with a bug, you're like, like, yeah. But no, it is an interesting thing because I'm like, oh, you're going down the road of we're Game of Thronesing a little bit, right? You're like, I hated you so much, and now you're like, are you trying to redeem yourself? Nope. Okay. Because redemption in stories is fucked in a lot of cases, and I have a real chip on my shoulder about how it's depicted, because we've talked about it a couple times, but I think Japan plays a little fast and loose with forgiving those bad guys.
I wonder why that could be.
You know, when Orochimaru is running around that village in Boruto just having old hijinks, I'm like, man, can we not, you know?
Look, Endeavor did some stuff, but he's sorry.
I have 2 golden examples of what I love when it's done right, in my opinion. And some people people have told me, they're like, Willie, you're too harsh about some of this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. But, you know, to quote Mass Effect 3, asks the ghost of a trillion dead souls, you know, whether they agree. You know, their silence will be the answer. Right? Like, it's one of those bits where you're like, yeah, man, ask the dead how they feel about this particular person and what they've done, you know? That being said, the whole revenge thing is a whole other discussion, and this story gets into that, right? But what they do, what my stand-up loving examples of redemption that I enjoy are, I think its best depiction for me is Zuko in Avatar. I think Zuko in Avatar is peak. And I think it's amazing because it shows you him journeying through it, struggling, failing, and not quite claiming that he has it, but just doing his best with it, right? And we've talked about this before, actually. I just realized because you talked about Yu Yu Hakusho, right? And that character. And then the other one with Jaime Lannister and stuff as well. Where he's
I would also, to toss one on the pile from the Intermission Lounge, It's not redemption. I think it's kind of anti-redemption. It's just what happens. BoJack Horseman.
Yeah, exactly.
BoJack Horseman, like, there's a point in BoJack Horseman does some bad shit.
Yep.
And then there's a point where life moves on, everyone forgets, and he finds peace.
Yep.
And then when he finds peace, the shit comes back.
Yep.
Because no, you still did this, and you still need to pay for this.
100%.
Oh,
and I think that's so that's what I like with Jaime Lannister as well, is that he's not trying for it, right? He's not aiming for it. There's a little bit of an understanding about, like, yeah, I'm not even looking to be redeemed. What I did was fucking horrendous. I'm just going to try to help in the meantime however I can, or whatever the case is. But then he still gets pulled back into forces that he can't deny, you know? So here Omni-Man is kind of, he's like, yep, did a lot of horrible shit. Not going to pretend I can be forgiven for that. But I think
another great.
But he's just
say that again.
I think I miss my wife.
I was just about to say that. Like that. I think I miss my wife.
Stinger,
like, oh my fucking God.
Stinger, right?
Unbelievable.
So, seeing though in those moments where it's like a Viltrumite battle between 3 real ass Viltrumites drop down and they've got to fight them, and you're like, oh, when this show wants to go hard on the Superman versus Superman destructive action, it's insane. You know, they're cracking each other open in ways that are like, yeah, a human can't withstand that, but well, you know, it's your Man of Stealing it kind of battle, you know, of sorts. But
like, everyone in Invincible is just a bag of meat at some point. It just depends how hard they get hit.
You know, and like if it's some pressure will crack that fucking head eventually, you know, but eventually. Oh boy. And sometimes you don't, but you just see like Invincible having a heart-to-heart with his mom, and they both have a black eye, and you're like, oh my God. So no, but being introduced to like the kid brother and then having to like take on the legacy of everything here is, you know, it complicates things, because it's like, it's not this kid's fault that all of this happened, but here we are, you know? And then season 2 in particular also has this kind of, it has a little like Martian Manhunter side plot, which is like, you know, a bit of a goofy sort of comic book thing that's happening. It's interesting though. And with that comic book sort of setting, you know, you have the Lizard League, which is just the Cobra Commander in the background being a goofball, being like, I was once a man type of thing.
This brings me to something I really love about Invincible. And it's like, it's a kind of rare quality that I don't see in a lot of stories, and I think Game of Thrones actually has it as well. When shit starts to go wrong, it goes
super wrong, yeah.
And like my favorite example is actually the Lizard League. The Lizard League are like, you know, they're a bunch of fucking goofy, stupid villains. Like, you know, and they're all different. Like, they're all different lizard men, and it's stupid. And there's a point where they attack the Seven, not including Mark. They're just the kind of the new Seven, and you're kind of like watching it. You're like, okay, cool. We're gonna get an action scene where the Seven take out the Lizard League. Here we go. Man, you know, the Lizard League are actually putting up a pretty decent fight. That's kind of surprising. Oh, God.
Oh, the Lizard League.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
what the fuck? Yeah. What am I watching?
Yeah, the Lizard League, they just killed fucking Duplicate.
There's a bit where one of the Seven, her power is like she's like giant woman, but she can like shrink as well.
Shrinking ray.
And so her shrinking ray, her fatality basically is she goes inside you and just explodes out of you. And she does that to one of the lizard men, this big jack lizard dude. And then he kind of just clenches. And his muscles trap her, even though she's trying to grow, his muscles trap her inside of him. And you can see her beneath his skin struggling. And he just
tanks it
and crushes her in his own body. And that's the moment where I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
And
like,
just blood comes out of his mouth. Yeah.
This is kind of what I love about Invincible. It messes with a lot of kind of established storyline and tropes, but it always subverts them just enough to keep you off balance, where it's like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah,
you know? And it's really, and it doesn't do it in a like, oh, we're turning superheroes on their head. What if Superman bad? It does it in a very like natural way that just feels like things going horribly wrong.
Yeah, and like Cobra Commander shooting fucking Rex in the head. You're like, Saturday morning Cobra Commander? What? The Lizard King?
Sidebar, Rex is one of my favorite characters.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's
brilliant.
And what's his name?
Imagine a teenage Zap Brannigan who slowly grows a conscience.
Yeah, I forgot the guy's name that plays him, but he shows up in oh god, what's he from? Is it Parks and Rec? I think he's from something, but he's really funny. Anyway, yeah, that's a really great kind of like unexpected thing. I really like how in the background there's always, and a lot of stories have done this, of course, at this point, in comics especially, have visited it, and the more you read, the more you expose it, so it might not be that fresh, but I still did a good job with the relationship Mark has with his girlfriend, right, Amber, who is a real normal girl going to college, and
she's kind of awesome. Like,
yeah,
I would love to hang out with Amber.
She's so cool, and there's this thing with her where it's like, Clark Kent has a secret. Peter's got to get away to web up the bad guys, and he left Mary Jane waiting. And, it all kind of comes to a head in that first season where, it's eventually like, oh, shit, I got to reveal the truth. There's no other way around it. Hey, Amber, girlfriend, I'm a superhero. I'm invincible. And she's like, yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. What the fuck, man? That wasn't cool. And you're like, oh, she knows it. She doesn't care. It's like, yeah, I don't care if you're a Superman. Don't be an asshole, right? Like, do you care about me or not? Like,
I think it's kind of like, it's a testament to the character writing in Invincible that a lot of the scenes between Amber and Mark, I was just as engaged in as all the superhero shit. Like, I saw their relationship. I saw why they liked each other.
Yep.
I got that connection. And the fact that dynamic works as well as it does, it's like, like this show doesn't need a character to be able to multiply herself for her to be interesting. They are just inherently interesting. And the show is good at conveying relationships and dynamics, whether they're like, you have the one between Cecil and Mark. Yep. Cecil being like the
Nick Fury type, and like,
it's his job to protect the world, so he's going to keep all these things from Mark, but they both kind of need each other in this weird way, and it's like a bad marriage in a lot of ways.
I mean, well, there's a specific line, right? You can be the good guy or you can save the world, but you can't do both. Which is like, that's Cecil's line, and I'm like, that's a great one. But we'll come back to that in a second. I love how when it comes down to it, after her life is threatened and everything's going to shit, this is a dangerous world to live in, but being next to Mark, next to Invincible, is also just extremely dangerous. And they eventually hit an impasse in the relationship where she's like, I can't do this. And he's like, I don't know how to protect you from these threats. And they kind of are like, yeah, we both still care about each other, but this doesn't work. And it feels like, oh, fuck, there really is no solution here, and they just very maturely have to end it. And I'm like, that's rough, man. Like, cause there's no Lois and Clark. There's no Peter and Mary Jane. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, that's that. But actually there kind of is, but she's over there, doing her own thing. That breakup was like, yeah, pretty rough, Did
you watch the Adam Eve side episode?
Yeah. Her special was pretty interesting. I liked her.
Good shit, wasn't it?
I liked her backstory, learning about what she can do, and it explains why her like insane Dark Phoenix Rises moments actually have an explanation for for it. It's like, oh, there's a limiter on her powers, and so that makes sense because it came out of nowhere when I watched it in the moment. I think I like that. There's also that little moment of we talk about the escalation to the chaos arc out of nowhere. I've talked about in your shonen anime when Itachi knocks on the door, right? When Hanami walks into the exam in Jujutsu Kaisen, or Hisoka also in the exam, Seems to be like a lot of interrupting the exams is the way things go here. But that is Amber not Amber. That is Anissa showing up, coming to appeal to reason, and basically escalating things to the galactic level.
Yeah.
So when season 3 is going down and we're kind of like starting to escalate and wrap things up and pull it all together, just a couple of highlight moments of holy fuck. Duplicate's brother Multipol is in jail and needs to escape at one point, and he can make way more duplicates than she can. And his plan is to, in the small room they're stuck in, grab the top of the rafters and hold on to the ceiling while his clones create as many clones as possible until they physically crush themselves to the point of exploding the door open off its hinges. And the way they animate the scene of these duplicates crushing each other is so horrifying. It scars me. The idea is beyond terrifying.
It's like it's one of those things where like it taps into some like primal caveman shit of like being crushed under a boulder or something, fear of claustrophobia, and just it's
all the
horrible.
claustrophobia, and that's like the disposable clones, right? The entirety of this villain, the goofy villain parts that when shit starts to go real and go wrong, it goes real. The Lizard League is one. The other is Dr. Seismic.
Dr. fucking Seismic is so funny. Oh my god.
You come to pray at this obscene monument? I get they were oppressors, slave owners, and racists. I give you a new object of worship, Doc Seismic. He's this super duper progressive villain. It's hilarious, It's
like,
calling out
Doc Seismic's being pretty real right now.
Right? He calls out Adam Eve, looking at her outfit, and he's like, "Geez, look at that costume. Talk about appealing to gender roles." And she's like, "Hey, I designed my own costume. Don't you have a doctorate in seismology?" And he's like, "Undergrad in sociology and women's studies. Have a minor in African dance, but enough politics." Oh, such a fucking great character. He's amazing. Tapping on the ground to create his own emergence day. I also love the idea of just like, hey, whenever you meet a future version of me, don't tell me about what the future version of me said, because that'll fuck me up, especially if that's an alternate reality version of me. Just don't share that, even if you're thinking about it.
Another one I loved. There's this character called Barbarian, I think.
Immortal.
Immortal, sorry, yeah.
Yes.
And Immortal's whole deal is he is immortal. And we get basically a alternate dimension flash forward where Mark gets like brought forward by these time travelers, and Immortal, who's like the kind of like commando, like old veteran of the superheroes, he's the only one left. And he has been driven insane by the responsibility of becoming the king of this world. And he just wants Mark to kill him. He's like, please just kill me. And it's like, it's just fucking great. It's like such like the scenario writing of Invincible, I think, is so impressive. The way it's able to take all these different scenarios and just then bring them to life in these really cool little character moments of it. It's fucking great. Like I think more than anything, and like, I don't want this to sound like shallow or reductive, I just think this is an incredibly fun show. Yeah. And through scenarios like that, you see it. And like, I even saw someone be like, I watched all of Invincible, and I don't know why John recommended it to Woolie. And it's like, well, for the first, it's two things. Number one, it's just, there's stuff here that I knew you'd love. I knew you'd love Anissa. I knew you'd love Conquest. But number two, I just think this is an incredibly fun show. And sometimes I think people underestimate the amount of writing and planning and experience that has to go in to make something move well, make it feel fresh, and make it like constantly pull you in with these new zany plot lines at the start. Like, oh, really? We're doing this? And then at the end, you're like, that was fucking awesome. And I think this show is kind of masterful at that.
It is, and it feels like the journey of reading through a ton of individual trades and like comics. In a lot of cases, I get through an episode and feel like I flip through like multiple books, and callbacks to things, and little loose ends coming back together, and it always has fun. You know what I mean? It always enjoys itself. He's got his own little gay demon. His best friend, right? Oni, if you're out there somewhere, God bless you, rule. And it's just funny because there's all these little subplots that they put pieces in and then they play back in later in ways that are really great. Everything about Cecil as a young agent, finding out his backstory was awesome, and the fact that he melted his skin off, sacrificing himself to save as many as possible, and that's how he kind of became that guy that's like, yep.
So one of my favorite pieces of writing about Cecil is he is like this kind of hero character, and then he goes to jail for killing a supervillain, and they open up the slot, and he's in a room with this horrifying giant monster of a man.
Yeah.
And it's and the door closes behind them, and Cecil just looks up at him, and the guy looks down, and the way it's framed, you're like, oh my fucking god, he that is the biggest nightmare possible. Cut. The man is now Cecil's assistant. Yep.
He's got the whole jail clean and under control, because that's how he rolls. That's how he runs things. Tight ship. So that was one of the first, so season 3, started just dropping some bangers. I was enjoying it, but then this is where it started going oh, let's go. Young Cecil's flashback, right? Fantastic episode. There's an episode where you hang out with some silent villains, right? They're just this couple that is down on their luck, and they got to rob a bank, and shit's rough for them, foreclosing bills, and the whole story, and you kind of spend some time with that, and that kind of just leads to the debut of Oliver, the little brother, who's I got powers and I can save the day, and we can make the bad people stop doing bad things if we make them go away forever. What's the problem? And you're like, oh no, oh shit, uh-oh. We gotta watch out for that one, right? That's bad.
Yeah, this is Mark's insect little brother, but he's not an insect. He just has purple skin.
But we got to keep an eye on him, because little Jason Todd is getting a bit violent over there. And
yeah, he's like, well, let's just kill him. Let's just kill them all.
And
it's okay, little buddy.
No, superheroes should not kill, right? And then you get to fucking chef's kiss, Aaron Paul, Powerplex, right? Oh my god, this episode in season 3 is so good. It's just spending time with the villain. And I love, different shows have done that. They go, hey, what if we show you how someone becomes that person and that convinces themselves that they're doing the right thing. And you see Aaron Paul is someone who's just in this setting. He watches as his family gets crushed under a building. And the people that are the victims of the first fight in season 1 are his family, And he just sees Invincible there and goes, these superheroes are killing us and it's their fault, right? And they're just regular humans are just a list of casualties, and, we can't just leave them unaccountable. And you see him going through, there's a memorial, and you see him going through he needs justice, right? So he takes it to the DA, he takes it to the courts, to the city. Why are we leaving these superheroes unaccountable for the things that happened, right? The dead are there, but do we just not investigate? Do we do nothing? And they're like, yeah, we can't handle this. It's above our pay grade. The city can't help you. And he's protesting and no one's listening. And then takes it to he starts working for Cecil. He starts being a part of that organization. And in the meantime, he's got this family, and they're all we got to take things into our own hands because this is fucked up. We need justice, And Aaron Paul is he's got that desperate Jesse Pinkman kind of voice.
We need someone who can really fucking scream.
Yes. And so when he's got a little bit of power, a little bit of electricity manipulation, and he's got to turn himself into someone stronger and use tech to kind of amplify his ability so he can take hits and feed them back, kind of like Bishop. But you have this moment where he's calling out Invincible, and he's very public about it because he's trying to get a movement going where people that have also been victims of, these giant super fights will feel it and get along. And you get what is the peak at something that I've been enjoying in this show, but this makes it the next fucking level. The title drops in Invincible are second to none, right?
It's funny. In season 1, I don't think they're great. They're kind of like a little mistimed, and they feel a little weird.
I have a thought on that.
Go for it.
Because I feel like season 1 uses them, and at first you're like, oh, that's fun, right? It's like, one day I'm gonna become invincible, and you're like, oh, that's cute. Yeah. They don't say the word, right? But then eventually you're like, okay, we're using it and you're like, okay, I know the gimmick, we know it, right? And then they'll do a couple of things like being like, keep it up. Eventually you'll become unstoppable, or,
yeah,
or like when they go to the alien planet and he sees the new baby son and he's like, hey son, I have a new family, and he goes, are you and then fucking kidding me, right? It's really funny. And they're like, okay, you found some remixes. And so I'm like, it's cute, and I do enjoy there's a couple of moments where you go from season 1 to 2 and then suddenly like the blood splatter fades away, and then the cracks form, and then the cracks are shattering and then falling apart, and there's these little things happening that I'm like, oh, that's fun. You get to this episode, and when it goes like almost halfway through the episode, no title drop, and then finally when the cameras are filming Powerplex freaking out right at Invincible, and just basically having this moment of being like, you need to pay for everything you've done, and no one cares to hold superheroes accountable. And he just goes on this rampage where he's like, this isn't about me. This is about the thousands and thousands of people that murdered, and the countless lives that destroyed. Why is above the law? Where is when people are trying to put their world back together? What do I want? I want the truth. I want justice. I want and it's cutting to the word invincible like violently in the middle of his rant, and it's such a it hits, man. I was like, oh, you figured it out. It's the best usage of that gimmick in the entire show.
So that episode is really fun. For me, it really reminded me of my own personal Powerplex, Yakuza 7 guy.
Which one's that?
Do you remember the guy who showed up to our panel and was like, are you actually saying that Omicron is better than Yakuza 7? You don't remember that guy? Yes. Okay, right. 1,000-yard stare. Very angry about my opinion on video games.
Right.
He's definitely listening now.
Okay.
Seethe, my friend. Fucking seethe.
This isn't about me. This is about Yakuza 7 and Super Eyepatch Wolf and Super Eyepatch Wolf. Yeah. No, that really, really worked out. And I think he plays a great character who then goes on in the show to like obviously have a tragic story. And
you see like his own desire to bring justice to like Mark slowly start to bend around where just he becomes the fucking problem.
Yeah.
And it's like it's cool.
And Mark is sympathetic and he's like, yo, I get it, I'm sorry. And he hugs him and he goes through all of that. And at the end he's even like, I remember their names. I do remember what happened. And he kind of takes this somber approach to it. And the dude is like, I don't forgive you. I don't accept your apology.
Great shit.
Fuck you, It's rough, man. I just need to like while we're enjoying the little ins and outs and pieces of this show, Battle Beast walks onto the set. And when Battle Beast is not on camera, everyone should be asking, where's Battle Beast?
Battle Beast?
Battle Beast loves combat and will and doesn't care about anything else and is unstoppable. End of story.
Yeah, he's the best, and he is another great example of the cool, they're gonna fight this this monster man character, huh? Oh my god! It's fucking cool. Okay,
It's
but
great.
no, Woolie.
Yes.
I can't wait anymore. I can't wait.
No,
anymore.
but that's all that's left. All that's left.
Okay.
Is just they tell you he's coming.
So lonely.
They tell you he's coming. Stand ready for my arrival, worm. And I feel like there should have been a pause and a Super Smash Brothers style conquest next to his head, you know?
So like, if people haven't seen Invincible, basically it's the penultimate episode, and Mark has to fight a bunch of alternate dimension versions of himself who fuck up the planet, kill millions of people. He has to basically kill, like, with the help of the other superheroes, but he has to like kill them all in these brutal knockdown, drag out Superman gore fest, and he's so fucked up by the end of it. He's so dead. And he's in the and then like he beats them all finally, and then he's in the recovery. He's trying to piece the city back together. He's like dragging debris around, and he looks up, and there, floating in the sky, is the biggest Viltrumite you have ever seen. Scar across his face, old, jacked, gigantic. Conquest is here.
Yeah. I mean, shout outs to those clone marks. Because the costumes are pretty fun, and
they're great. They're so good.
There's some alternate variants, then they go through them like,
and they're all murderous assholes in slightly different ways.
Yeah, like one of them just loves fighting, you know, and is just like, I love that you're hitting me. This is great. Like, let's live. And then he gets dragged into the Shadow Realm by the Batman like character and has to, you know, like they're all. But that's a little fun bit. But Conquest is just, what if Teddy Roosevelt got swole the fuck up and just never stopped roiding out?
Yeah, what if,
Right?
what if Teddy Roosevelt and Broly did a fusion dance?
Yes. What if Teddy? That's it, right? Fusion between the two, and he shows up and is like, okay, the promised one, the Broly, is here, and he's here to fuck you up, and he doesn't give a fuck. Gotcha. What's his deal, you know? And his deal is like, Anissa was like coming and trying to appeal to reason, and the level of exhaustive destruction becomes incomprehensible, right? Like, it's not on the level, but it starts feeling like those moments towards the end of Devilman Crybaby, where you're like, how do we come back from this? You know, you start really looking at it going, I don't know how the planet makes it out of this, or the country, right? And
so the moment from season 1 where Omni-Man uses Invincible to kill a bunch of innocent people
on the train, that
happens again, but it happens so much faster and harder that there is not even a moment to think about it.
You can't even process it, and it's like he's traumatizing. His dad was traumatizing him in that moment with the train, and here it's just widespread from the beach to the city. We're just going through everything. And then there's a moment where this insane, like, the world is just getting destroyed, and you have Conquest drop and go, I'm not Anissa. I want you to resist. I'm not here for the glory of the Empire or to save you. I'm here for the love of the fucking game, you know? Like, he wants the heat.
He has this, he's like, he has, like, the most terrifying thing of villain, so he's like, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Usually, there's parameters on these missions. Usually I have to limit my power, but you have pissed off the Viltrumite Empire so much, I just have to kill you by any means and it's so fucked up.
Yeah,
but I mean, like, and it's just, I think there's so much credit to be given for like the power that he's animated with.
Yeah,
like, he is a fucking unstoppable juggernaut, and it's like, it's the ease. Like, there's a bit where the little brother flies at him and he literally bats him out of the sky with his giant palm, and just like, it's just like, okay, that, and he's out of the fight. That's it, it's done.
Well, and then he starts doing the stretch on him, right? Like
so first the little brother gets up and he kind of like he like blood pours out of his mouth, and then you see all his teeth hit the concrete.
Yeah. No, the voice actor for him for Conquest is Negan from The Walking Dead.
Get the fuck out. Wow.
That's who it is, right? So he does an amazing job.
I'm so glad that like, you know, I'm so glad that like there's actors are seeing like it's weird because on one hand I think just like voice acting and acting is like a kind of different thing, and I love to see voice actors doing their shit, but I love to see like, you know, big name actors being like, this is a cool role and I'm going to give this 100%.
I disagree. I think voice acting is acting, and I think you have to put yourself into it, you know, in a very similar way.
Let me clarify there. What I mean is like that, like there is an art to voice acting specifically in terms of like how it's done and the tools you can use while doing it, because it has to be all your voice, like your body language, all that doesn't matter. So that's like obviously they're both acting. There's just a little bit of a distinction, and I think this for me comes from a place of I hate it when it's like, guess what? Like Rihanna is voicing this character in this movie, and it's like, please just give that to an actual voice actor. Please just give that to an actual voice actor who's going to look at this character, select from the hundreds of voices they do for the most appropriate one, 100%. And imbue it with life. That's where that's coming from for me.
Now, not to take away from Mark in this fight as well, because when he was fighting Angstrom with the clones and like threatening his life and his family and everyone, and he's losing his mind, right? There's something important there where when little brother Oliver is like, just kill him. And he's like, oh, but heroes don't do, you know, he's kind of like, there's a point where it's like, no, the little brother has a fucking point, man. Like, actually, you know? And he realizes begrudgingly that, like, yeah, sometimes you do just have to stop that, because look how many people will suffer, and this dude's coming back for the third time now, and how many people are dead because you didn't end it last time, right? And you know that every lore struggles with that differently every time, right? Every villain has its own way, and sometimes Superman will yell at Magog, and Magog will be like full of shit and whatever. But in this particular context, it's just so important because when Conquest starts popping off, and then he beats down Adam Eve and is like wrecking her and kills her, and he's basically like, oh, look at you freaking out. Such a strong bond you have. Viltrumites don't have anything like that. It's almost a weakness, you know, and he's just like, he knows what he's inflicting. Mark has that point of being like, he gets up and he's like, I don't care how strong or how fast you are. You don't live to see tomorrow, you know? And it's like a decisive moment of like, nope, I'm taking a life and that's it. I don't care. He's hit that point. And when you get through this, it turns out, it seems, because I went to go look up afterwards, I think the speech Conquest gives is not in the comics.
Whoa.
I think it seems like that is original to the show, because there was no page for it, and people that read the comics were surprised by this scene and what it added, you know?
It's the best scene in the entire show.
It's the whole thing. The whole thing, right? The level of violence and beatdown getting to that point where there's nothing else to say with him, and he leans into Mark's ear and he just tells him.
And like Mark is like barely alive at this point.
You know, I'm so lonely. Everyone's afraid of me. No one wants to be my friend. They don't talk to me. All they do is send me from planet to planet committing atrocities in their name. I don't even get to have a name. Conquest is what they call me. I'm a purpose. I'm capable of so much more, and no one sees it. Some days I feel so alone I could cry, but I never do, because what would be the point? Not a single person in the entire universe would care. And then he leans in and he goes, take it to your grave.
So I saw a picture someone had drawn it, and it was Conquest and Mark, and Conquest, like, they're both like bandaged up, and Conquest just goes, I've never told that before to anyone, Mark. Thank you for letting me share. And then he just looks at Mark and he goes, you're my best friend. And the look on Mark's face is just...
Yeah, because I mean, basically, when I saw people like were discussing that, the comic readers, it was like this whole scene felt like if you didn't know it was coming, was so confusing. If you were as a comic reader going like, why is he doing this? What are they doing? And it's because the last thing he says is, no, you're not going to tell anybody. Let me open up to you. Take it to your grave, son, you know? Wow, what a great, like, just taking this strong, but otherwise, like, you know, just brutal. You're just a force of nature. You're Brock Lesnar,
it's
you know?
there's this, I've probably mentioned this before because it always really stuck out to me. The place I used to train in Dublin City Centre, when I was walking back from training every morning, I'd pass by this lamppost and someone had stuck a sticker on it. And the sticker said, all men compete for the prize of loneliness. And,
Wow.
you know, it's this idea that the better you get at something, the more you isolate yourself from other people. And conquest is the absolute extreme end of that.
Yeah,
He is a planet-destroying monster who even his own kind are afraid of. And just the intimacy of this moment where he pours his deepest, darkest fears and sadness into Mark. Incredible piece of writing. Like, absolutely iconic.
Think about Jordan in The Last Dance. Think about Michael Jordan being like, everyone's afraid of me. No one wants to be my friend, you know?
So,
like,
you remember Space Jam 2 is a lie?
Yeah.
I started that video off with that quote, all men compete for the prize of loneliness.
Okay.
And I let it sit on screen for a couple of seconds, and then like I had it in quotation marks, and then below it I just wrote Elmer Fudd.
yeah. I mean, but there's something about that, right? There's something about the idea of just you surpass everything and everyone in whatever your field is, and now you are alone. And then beyond that, I mean, you know, when the fight does wrap up and Adam Eve does some cool shit, and, you know, the only thing more visceral than like a meat splattering headbutt is like 38 meat splattering headbutts, you know? What a great season.
So it was specifically that last episode where I was like, I need to get this in front of Woolie. Like, whatever plans I had, this has to happen.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I feel like some characters, like Angstrom has overstayed his welcome, but his multi-dimensional shenanigans need to continue existing for comic book purposes. You know?
I would agree, but to be honest with you, at this point, the show has kind of earned my faith that they'll do something interesting.
I trust.
Because, like, even when Doc Seismic came back, I was like, really? And then I was like, oh, okay. Okay, yep, we did it.
There's a weird mummy in the desert that's like misogynist, and we don't really know what's going on over there, but they cut to it every once in a while.
The Batman portal character and the violent Mark, they're gonna that's gonna come back into it, you know?
Who the fuck knows, you know? So there's a lot of little bits there, yeah. But no, I think that's great. And then of course, you know, just Alan the Alien, super fun, lovable character, hanging out with, you know, just basically resigned to his fate, Nolan, you know, Omni-Man, who's like, stop trying to save me, let me die, goddammit, I'm a horrible person.
And that last, I believe I can see the future. That 9 Inch Nails, and like you just start cutting around to all the loose threads. We get fucking Battle Beast back, Woolie.
Battle Beast, and you get the one piece of information that you need to make the story go from this impossible thing to conclude to palatable, which is the secret that there are less than 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites in existence. And you're like, that's where the show is. Now we have a story. Because before that, you're like, you're going to defeat a whole race of supermen? What? You know? And it's like, no. That's what it is, right? And I saw something as well about where Conquest ranks on that list. And he's extraordinarily high up in the power rankings, so supposedly. So, you know, it's interesting to see where this goes. I loved it. Let's rank it.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yep. Okay. As is the way, Woolie, I'm going to let you take the lead on this.
I definitely loved Invincible way more than the bottom 10.
No question.
And so, I guess, was Invincible seasons 1, 2, and 3, because there's more coming, but the whole of that journey. Did I enjoy it more than Twin Peaks season 1? Yes, I did. More than Darkest Dungeon 2? Yes, I did. Or more than you with Darkest Dungeon 2. More than the Zoldyck family and Tower of Heaven arcs of Hunter x Hunter? Yes, I did. More than Kaiji? Yes, I did. More than Jujutsu Kaisen season 1? Yes. More than Vinland Saga season 1? Yes.
We're getting sticky already though. We're getting sticky already. I'm surprised.
Yes.
Okay.
The best moments of that compared to the cool moments of Canute and, those truths are awesome, but the whole of this fucking slapped.
What I would also say is, like, it's season 1 of Vinland Saga.
That's why I'm qualifying. Yeah. And so we hit Sacred and Terrible Air. How do you feel about Invincible?
I would believe that our median enjoyment of Invincible definitely outranks Sacred and Terrible Air.
Starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I would think that, again, as a median, I think so.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes up to episode 15. I think so. Kill 6 billion demons. Volume 1.
That's Volume 1. I would say maybe, Volume 1. What do you think?
I think we're stopping here.
You think, okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So we have a new number 9, Invincible.
Yeah. I think it's because it's almost like Kill 6 billion, like Kill 6 Billion's Demons is the most sauced up, flavored, spiced dish ever, with a million different just powders and incredible textures that you've never tasted. And vanilla ass Invincible is delicious, but it is vanilla. Do you know what I mean?
Invincible is the best vanilla milkshake I have ever had.
French vanilla. Sweet, brilliant.
You got the little pods in there.
Love it, but it is vanilla.
But no, you're right. I have experienced so much shit like Invincible, and Invincible is one of the best versions of it. I have never experienced anything like Kill 6 Billion Demons.
And there we have it. Invincible seasons 1 to 3. Your new number 9.
Fuck yeah. Oh, man. Woolie, I love art.
It's great. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. Are you having a good time?
I am having a wonderful time.
Well, then I guess it's time to do something about that. Recommend or
die. You know what, Woolie? In the era of the forgiveness that I have brought onto this podcast, I've thought a lot about how to handle this, and I think the only way to show you how sincere I am is to unleash a recommendation on you that I have been keeping close to my chest since the beginning. I'm going to be honest, it's a recommendation that I wanted you to earn through good behavior, and you never did. You never even came close. But that's okay, because I know that there's a certain part of you where you can't help it. And I forgive you for it. You doing hand weights? Why are you trying to strengthen your grip, Woolie?
Strengthening my grip, John. Don't worry about it. Just getting through this spiel.
Okay. I think there's a chance you've seen this, but if you haven't, I am so confident that this is something you're really going to enjoy. It's a little show called Scavenger's Reign.
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. 8 episodes, about 20 to 30 minutes each, all on Netflix.
No words, say less. Okay.
Spaceship crash lands on alien planet. Life there is a little strange.
Okay. Scavenger's Reign. 2023, 1 season. Netflix. Interesting. Never heard of this. All right. Cool. Let's discover. All right, John. My turn. So, I think that you are somebody who has demonstrated an affinity for, you know, the different ins and outs of something like wrestling, right? You enjoy the simplicity of the
Oh God, I
the journey.
forgot how nerve-wracking this is.
Oh,
Yep.
there we go. Yeah, here we go. All right, your turn. You enjoy that, like, it's essentially children's entertainment, but there's something else
Excuse me? What the fuck did you just say?
Okay, it's aimed at a wide range of audiences, but within that, there's something very enjoyable and arcs and characters and twists and turns that, you know, everyone can understand. People react to things and go on journeys.
It's gonna be fucking Power Ranger shit.
What's the problem? Is wrestling not something that you can buy into, that you can enjoy, that is aimed at a wide range of audiences? Am I lying about that?
Oh, no, everything you said was true.
And the storytelling that comes from that? Okay, just checking. What's your problem, John? What's your issue?
No issue here, Woolie. All
I
good.
didn't even get a chance to say what you know. You're just preemptively putting words out there. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right. Sometimes things are simple, you know? The joys in life, the simple joys in life. Do you like candy?
What?
Do you like treats?
I would say I have a certain sweet tooth, yes.
Simple pleasures are enjoyable. You know, it doesn't have to be too complicated sometimes. Your mission this month is to watch Kamen Rider Gav.
Okay.
Episodes 1 to 16 are the first arc of the story.
Okay.
And I think that is a reasonable ask. Because once again, I continue, despite what you might do or say or ask.
Fuck is this?
I am respectful of your time, and I ask a reasonable amount of that. So,
okay, you know what, Woolie? I gotta say, even just kind of from the opening graphics and stuff here, I'm intrigued. This looks a lot of fun.
Kamen Rider is a series that has lots of aspects to it, and there's different series that have different elements. Kind of like different JoJo parts have different feels to them, right?
Gotcha.
Kamen Rider's a lot of things. It's whimsical. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's badass when it wants to be. It has an appreciation for old practical effects, and sometimes it does new CG stuff. But overall, it's just a good old time. And I think a lot of the things that you enjoy when you buy into kayfabe can be enjoyed by just watching some rider kicks get performed.
I'll keep that in mind.
You know?
Wait, do they transform by like sucking a lollipop or something?
Yeah, that's every theme, every episode or every season of every Kamen Rider has a theme, and this time around the theme is candy. it's you know, and that's it. So just hey, don't take yourself too seriously. Just let go.
Oh, Woolie, I'm a fucking video essayist. Do you think I can do that?
Just, you know, enjoy the ride and see where it takes you. See if you enjoy it, and that's all. And I think too as well that like there's some more badass Kamen Riders, and there's some stuff that like can hit certain notes. And there's other places to go, but I think this current season, which is ongoing right now, is a pretty good. It's not done yet, so it's currently ongoing.
Okay. Can I cut off certain members of our audience? I know that there's like, you know, a lot of very passionate Sentai fans, and I want to immediately head off the why did Woolie recommend this series
This
and not
one
this series?
and not that one. Yeah.
Shut up.
Okay. Well,
Shut up.
I'm in the middle of giving them a little bit of an explanation, and it's simply because that in terms of showing you something that I think encapsulates both the cool shit and the lighthearted shit and the fun goofiness and the badass when it wants to be, elements. I think Gav encapsulates a lot of that. It has it all together. You can. It's almost like you can. There's all kinds of Kirby's out there. Kirby Superstar is a great place to see it all together, and I think Gav is great for the first.
Okay, cool. You know what?
arc.
I'm intrigued, and as with all recommendations, I will go in with an open mind and steady heart.
There you go. I believe up until this point, Sentai has washed over you a little bit.
It's just the kind of thing where I literally just have never been in a scenario where someone pitched it to me in a strong enough way that made me want to check it out. But I loved Power Rangers as a kid, and this is adjacent to so much shit I love that it's like, I'm glad that I'm getting the chance to kind of dive in here.
Cool. There's almost a different one I was going to pick, but I'm going with this, and I think we'll see how much fun
if you wanna throw a different one and that I could check out the first couple of episodes with, I'd be down.
If you're down for extracurricular, you don't have to.
Let's leave the option on the table. How about that?
Okay. Well, so this is there's another one that's really just. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but it was one of the things I just remember thinking was super cool, and it doesn't. It's not the fullest package in the same way, but I really liked a show called Karas, and it was it's 2 movies or 6 episodes, depending on how you.
I've watched that. That's the
okay.
anime, right?
The anime, Karas. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful anime. Jesus.
That's it. It was a super cool toku show with beautiful animation, awesome transformations, badass stuff happening. Story was pretty simple, but overall, there's some cool shit. But it's from a while ago, and that character ended up in Tatsunoko versus Capcom. So yeah, that's it. Okay,
that's how I found out about them. I fucking love that game.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, I thought Karas has some great shit going on. That's fun. But anyways, keep it simple then.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Okay. Thanks everyone for joining us. Real quick, check out the Versus Wolves Emporium. Get your Versus Wolf merch now. Also, just to say, I got new Eyepatch Wolves frog t-shirt here. I think it's one of the fucking sickest t-shirts we've ever done. It's from Irish artist and animator Speedaroo. Was delighted to work with them on it. Get that over. Get that over at eyepatchwolves.com now. Yep. And Woolie, I think, if you don't mind me saying, I think the Forgiveness arc is off to an incredible start. Don't you?
It all depends whether or not the next time I see you stand up like that, whether there's a belt around your waist.
Like
all right.
Tokusatsu belt? Is that where we're going?
That's
okay, good. Yeah, I guess that's the end of the podcast. So the only thing I got to say is 3. Three.